Hey guys, welcome to the segment where you have your say every day from 2 to 2:20. We got the big kahunas locked in at the big desk. They're ready to look at the levels that you've wanted for the tickers that you've selected. But first, let's have a look at the Qs. You saw me in that futures trade today, about 458 to the high side, 457 to the downside on the triple Qs, excuse me. A bit of a range-bound afternoon. We'll have to see if that changes with the beige book now being released. But the big ticker that everybody wanted, it was your number one choice, TSLA, Tesla. Interesting look today for Tesla because we got a midday headline for this. Looks as if Donald Trump wins in the upcoming election, he wants to have an advisory role for Elon Musk. No response yet from Mr. Musk, but have a look at Tesla here, guys. Any look on Tesla?
Okay, first things first, make sure.
Are you unmuted?
Make sure I actually wasn't muted, but I feel like I've been muted at least, well, probably both days. Whatever. This is Friday, I don't know I was, and then yesterday I think I was as well. But I'm kind of hoping not, Elon.
So what was the story exactly?
It was essentially that potentially, if Trump wins, he might have a position for Elon Musk, like an advisory position.
But Trump did that last time. He put all those people in charge, and then they were gone.
Well, I just don't want Elon, sort of dividing his time and all that kind of stuff. But whatever, that's as a Tesla shareholder. But since the news hit, it's not a huge volume spike. That's the first thing. Like, you can barely even tell. Like, if I didn't say to you, hey, by the way, there was news on Tesla and around here, you could barely even tell it on a volume basis. Abercrombie breaking the high just a second ago. That we'll get to at some point, although I'm a little surprised that's not on the list. That's been the crazy stock of the day. We had a little bit of a side bet, or not a side bet, but we had a discussion as to what we thought was going to be there, and I'm surprised that it wasn't going to be Abercrombie.
It's only look at the names it is. It's the same names every day, and that's fine. It makes sense.
Yeah. But like Tesla, if it breaks 178, then I think it's a big-time breakout long. That's the resistance level. It looks pretty good off VWAP. The news came out, it was at 176. I think dips into VWAP makes sense. But unless it can take out this top, I think we have an inside day for the afternoon. An inside afternoon for Tesla. VWAP 176, 178. Great look for this consolidating off the 50 period on the daily chart. We've talked about this all week long. Another bounce off the 173 area this morning. So you've got a pretty clear and defined 173 support. And now this news, it's hard for me to say this is great. How is that good news for Tesla? The stock went up on it, but the stock went up on the news, but I don't see how that's a positive for Tesla. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, that's why I asked you, what exactly is that news? Because that doesn't, to me, it doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. I think it's a negative story for Tesla, and the reason why is that we saw Tesla go through some turmoil there when Elon was and did wind up going through with Twitter, and I just it really didn't, did it really move on any, is that what it was? The market also started to go back up to the upside as well. So, the market's made highs and come back off of it. So is Tesla. So I think that story is probably behind it, but at the same time, not a bad one. You never want to see your leader sort of too much involved politically because that doesn't always end well. We saw stuff like Disney and different things with Target and Starbucks and some of the politics that go back and forth with that. But either way, today, we didn't have Tesla on our sticky note. I still feel like it's in the middle here. We love these dip buy opportunities into 172, 173. The problem is this morning, it didn't get low enough. It started down there. And remember, we were down, down almost 1% as the market opened up. So for me, it was a little bit of a tough trade to believe in Tesla long there like that. So huge move early. I still like the stock. And I still think, although Apple looks to be definitely making this bet look silly, I still think there's a chance that Tesla can get going. So we'll wait to see what happens there. But right now, Tesla holding fort above 172. I still like the stock in that area.
Nvidia next on the hopper. A couple of headlines today, nothing really major for Nvidia. You'll see the headline here that they're going to come out with new packaging tech to meet soaring demand. They also have a headline with Arista Networks. ANET is the ticker for building out data centers. This is on the verge of taking over Apple as the #2 most valued company in the world. We'll see when it does. It's had trouble with $1,150, but can't seem to break through that level, guys. What was your look on Nvidia today?
Things first, I've heard this Nvidia about to take or possibly overtaking #2. I heard it a bunch this morning. We've talked about it all day long in terms of market cap.
Oh, market cap.
I just feel like anytime you're talking about that and getting into the #2 spot this many times, we should at least acknowledge #1. And shout out to Microsoft. No one said that name today. They're the ones. Yeah, it's like you can't talk about #2 like 18 million times today without acknowledging that Microsoft is the #1. But I didn't have any trades on Nvidia. It was so close to 1100. And look, we talked about this in the lesson of the day. The hammer down at the open. It was trend down. There's no question. It was trend down in the pre-market. It was trend down off the open. There was nothing about it that suggested dip unless it got to 11. I mean, 1100 would have been the obvious level that I think a lot of people would have liked that long. It didn't quite get there. It reversed at 1110 and then just shot to the upside. I never got myself into long. I did find my way into the arm long. We'll talk about that later. At least acknowledging that was trend up. Had a short. At least got some back to be slightly up on arm after going into the long, but never found myself into the long on Nvidia. And that's because you get anchored to how much this was trending to the downside early, and now another strong move. It's battling at this 1150 level though. And it is not a 1150 break that has gone clean. Like this has gone up and down at least 7 or 8 times 1150 and getting a little bit top heavy here on Nvidia. These are dark pool wicks. 1150 is yesterday's high as well. So it's really struggling at this all-time high. I mean, for lack of a better word, it's up 1% into a down market, but it is still struggling at this 1150 level.
I just put a position on in AMD, so we're going to get to that in a minute. But you know what? For Nvidia, it'd actually be my worst stock today. And it doesn't look that bad, but again, and I said this live on the air, I'm still trading this as if it's like a $700 or $800 name. It's not. It moves way faster, way quicker. When levels break, like right there, it was just 151. Now it's 149.50. So if you don't share size down, this is a very, very dangerous game, and we didn't do that today. We were in and out here at 1125. That was okay. And then right here at 1140 before it eventually blew up to the upside. So we don't have a lot of huge hits today, but we just been in and out of Nvidia, a little silly. We talked about waiting for it to baseline. I think the only real base was right there, 1120. That based out pretty good. Forget about all the pre-market stuff. Nice move downside, obviously. And then maybe you could have found a base here if you trusted VWAP, which you should have. And then right here is Gens. So we'll see if we make a move down and then start to figure itself out. That's when we want to go long. But I just put on a decent spot right here for AMD again, and we've traded this a lot. So we're going to go over to the screen and look at AMD with the big guy.
Yeah, Nvidia's little cousin AMD next on the hopper, guys. Headline today that they're going to expand their partnership with Samsung to build out that most advanced chip, that 3-nanometer architecture that we've been talking about for a long time. Not much of a move today, but Sean's in it right now. What's the look right now, Sean?
Yeah, thanks, Sharif. Yeah, it's it was just one of those names again where today we had looked at shorts, right? So we wrote down 170. So we already instantly knew we were short, and we said the thing that I'm trying to do more is to stick with the directional bias that I have. So obviously today, I will tell you how many fills I have in AMD. It's an embarrassing over 100 fills. But all of these purples are are short sells. So that's where you have to borrow the stock in hopes that you could buy it back at a lower price. We were buying stuff back at a lower price a bunch of times, but every single time we wound up putting on shares, we were able to take profit, but then get stopped out. So because we were always waiting for this bigger move, we kept on getting stopped out. But we got a good top here at 167. This was a great trade. We were shorting into here. We got out, then we reloaded. At that time, it must have been the 200 period moving average, probably coinciding with that little bottom right there. We took that, and then these outs are 165.70. These are $1, $1.30 in the money. So, you know, good outs. We just took another piece right here ahead of VWAP. But as Sharif mentioned, whether or not it's step cousin, its brother, its wife, its sister, they don't move the same, man. AMD and Nvidia are two totally different beasts. It looks like I prefer trading AMD, and I think I'm going to stick there until Nvidia splits. I mean, we'll still trade Nvidia, but the split isn't that far away. At this point, it's June 10th, I think. So you only have like 6 or 7 more trading days.
We're almost there.
Maybe a little more than that, maybe 7 or 8 more trading days. And then Nvidia will become that $150 name or whatever it is at that time. So anyways, I like AMD, and we're just going to stay net short down 3%.
Yeah, like AMD, it started out great. It was like the first stock that was a clear win. It was just a simple 165 break. I should have just left it at that because, and this is again the reason why the lesson of the day was maybe the trend isn't just about what's going on in the pre-market in the first 5 or 10 minutes at the open. You've got to observe what happens after that. And when it made the volume bottom, it was an upward trend after that. I didn't respect it as much as I needed to. So advanced micro devices, higher time frame. It's holding on to the 50 period even on this dip, at least. But you've had this dance before. The good news is a couple of closes above the 50 and then apparently a bounce. I say apparently because the day's not over. 163.5 it would have to close above. So it bounced right here. And if I zoom out, which I didn't when I'm in the trade, I'm gonna be here to admit it, like I got out of the trade because it wicked the 50 period moving average and then didn't ask myself, Neil, it just bounced off the 50 on the daily. If it puts in higher lows, why aren't you considering a long? So it closes above that and I'd still be a little bit bullish on this, but there is no confluence between these two names. I'll take it a step further and say when you are now trading the chips, at least the last few weeks, you cannot just trade them lockstep together. ARM has been higher lows and breaking back out today. That's been relatively strong. Like you see AMD like weak down at VWAP. ARM is continuing to break out. I'm looking for a long trade in this. Trade each name on their own. Sometimes they're going to follow the market. Sometimes they'll go together. Sometimes they'll all follow SOXL. But I found that you have to be able to treat them as individuals when they demonstrate that throughout the day. So ARM, this is a strong stock. I want to be looking for longs there. Now AMD, unless it breaks under VWAP, I'm probably going to stay away from it.
Meta next on the list, guys. No specific headline today for Meta, but as you'll see there, the Mag 7 now hitting 31%, excuse me, weighting in the S&P 500. Tougher day for Meta today. We looked at it during how to trade. It was really hanging out near lows. It hasn't been above 500 ever since it reported, and they talked about all the money they were going to spend on AI in the Meta labs. So any look today, guys, on Meta?
So first things first, I just got 84s on Lucy. I'm taking shots on that one underneath VWAP. It was a trade off $1, but now it's seemingly breaking under VWAP. Like, I don't know. The deal with Meta was nasty, and I'm thinking it should just be a short based on what I see, right? You reject, you go after market, break into this 480 level, and reject it again today, lower highs off of that. Like, that's once, twice. I mean, 3 times if you count the aftermarket, then a 4th time today it rejects the $480 level. I mean, come on. Like, it's clearly showing you that there's sellers up here on Meta with lower highs putting in and just put in another lower high. So I think Meta is looking weak for whatever reason. It was the weakest stock. I mean, during lunchtime, it did this hammer down for like $3 or $4 when there wasn't that much going on in the futures, and another lower high being put in here for Meta. So I like it back into VWAP. I was looking short. I might take a shot at it on this trend level. Like if you draw a trend line here on Meta from those two peaks, essentially right here, 476.5, where it's turning, could be that same short. So I might take a shot at that short instead of waiting around for VWAP.
All right, just real quickly here, we got in and out of AMD again, and we got in and another out. We're waiting for a little bit of a lower take on this one as well as AMD's dancing around. Look, so we'll talk a little bit about Meta here. This is, I think, I mean, potentially here, you know, this is the one that's the sleeping giant, really. I mean, I know we all know about Meta, but it's still underneath, and you have that $50 to go back up to the high. So you're still down 10% or so from its all-time high. I don't see anything wrong with their business model or anything like that. I mean, advertising still continues to be pretty strong. I like Meta here, just got to break through the 50 period, which it's having a hard time. I mean, that's sort of where it fell from. We had talked about that. We had actually exited before, we actually exited out of Meta here. Not all of it, just a piece, and didn't buy any back, which was the plan. So like, now that sucks, but I still really like this name, and I think this is the next shoot a drop for Meta. The next stock to get back up to the upside here. So I really like it. And again, look at this base at 475. Sometimes, and it's funny because Yannick and all the guys behind us there, we were talking, it was with Obi too, earlier this morning, and it was like, you know what, trading is really easy, just make the easy trades. And it's like, okay, well, if I knew about what those easy trades were, I'd be all over that.
I was about to say, which one was what's the easy one?
No, he did describe it. Like,
no, I know.
Like yesterday, we had a couple easy ideas. GameStop off 20. Obi shorted it at 25. You weren't. No, you were here. Yeah, you were here. Yeah. So he shorted it off that bump. And sometimes you can wait for plays. So I was just gonna say, like down here, Meta. It's not that this is an easy trade, because when you're in it, you don't think it's easy at all. But this 475 is a pretty decent level, and it held for an hour. So I feel like dropping back into here could probably be a long that, if you're looking to get in, not bad for a quick little swing trade into the end of the day, if that's even a swing. All right, we're making a bunch of bank right now. So this is Tim Duncan time. The bank is open here on AMD, and we just bang right there. We're not going anywhere. I know it's the rundown. We'll just push that up a couple more symbols. There's AMD, and it just happened again. People commenting, man, who is this guy? Is this guy an algo or something? But this is how we win as traders. You know, this is how we win. You take positions that you like, you hold them, you make decisions. We just got 3 outs on this wick down there for AMD, so let's put this one to the side now, and we'll see if we can make it. But this is why I have like 120 fills. Because see, instead of just taking 1 fill, I take like 4 in order to get 1 position. It backfires quite often as well. So, all right, what's up now? Sharif, I know you are a big fan of this next name, as I think we all are. We probably all have accounts, or if we don't, we probably did.
Oh, everybody.
And if we haven't, then we probably are. It's Amazon.
Everybody's got.
I'd be a bigger fan, Sean, if they offered same-day delivery for me like they do with Brendo, but I know. I don't get that. A couple of headlines today with Amazon. Looks as if the court rejected their appeal to throw out the FTC case against them for anti-competitive practices. There's also this headline: AWS CEO announces organizational adjustments to Amazon Web Services executive team. The changes are set to be taking place June 3rd. Nothing really market moving here though, guys. What's the look?
Yeah, you know, thankfully.
Sharif, you got to move away from Uptown.
It's where you, it's everything about same day is just where you live, right? Like there's certain places. Also, sometimes there's like things that you can get that will be same day, like very few. But yeah, I mean, come on, man. You're Toronto. I guarantee you there are things that you can get on same day if you're in the city. It's just a matter of what you're trying to get. But we talk about being able to switch gears. Sometimes you're looking for a direction, and the best you can do is change your strategy with it. Maybe scalp instead of look for the big hold or the big home run. That was at least the case with Amazon today, because was looking short off of yesterday's close area right in here. If you just kind of look at the resistance, this is 182.5 the last couple of days, looking short into there, looking for the home run back down into 180 where it got the last couple of days when it rejected the same level. So it was willing to short at 82s, give it some room. That's the $0.50. Thinking it's gonna, if we bounce from the downside, we're gonna go all the way down to 180. When we reloaded back into this, we turned it into a scalp trade because it was strong. So recognize the strength, shorted it again off that level, was able to scalp a bunch out. So at least it's not a complete and abject disaster because it was an upward trend. And now all of a sudden, that same resistance has turned into support. So you might as well slap it in here, like 182.5. It's somewhere around, like 182.40 technically. But you can see that same resistance has turned into support, and Amazon looks like, as long as it's above there, should be a long. Breaking out on Amazon. Whether or not you like the news, you know, Amazon continues its upward trend. Those stink bids that I just put in today in my personal account in the 160s. Every time I'm like, Amazon's coming down, I like it as a short today. I'm not making this up. I did in the pre-market. I actually put bids at like 167 something on for my long term. And that's the day that Amazon's going to go green. I should know better. If I'm looking stink bid, that usually means the stock is going to bounce that day.
All right, Amazon was good until it wasn't, and we were short all day, all morning, I guess. And then we had written down here, the problem with this trade is we got started a little bit too early. So we wrote down 182.50 to 183. Here's the 183s. So we should have just waited for it right there. Would have came in and we could have had it all the way back to 181.50. Then it happened again and then it made its way back to 182. But either way, we've been above VWAP for the majority of the day. So this stock has been bought. It's much greater than the market. The market's still red here today. How much are we down? Yeah, about half percent. So the other way around. So yeah, it's just a strong name. Been wrong on thinking about short. I just tried to play this trend. It's been down. And now it's trying to get up. So I feel like now we're taking the 50 period. We may have to flip our sort of mentality around here a little bit on Amazon and only look the other way. But we are starting to really print now on AMD as it's coming back down again. So we don't have any more bids down here except for low 60s. So we'll see if we can get a fill in the low 60s. Actually, let's just put something here at 68. Maybe we'll get run over a little bit. But right now, short on AMD appears to be working. So yeah, good trades there. Good little rundown, highlighted by some of the five largest tech names in the world. So Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, Meta, and Amazon. No one asked about Apple or Microsoft, though.
Or ANF.
Of course not ANF.
Abercrombie.
No one's asking about Abercrombie and Fitch. Come on, man.
Absolute. I mean, it's just an absolute monster. ANF, just only because it didn't get mentioned, up 26%. On the day, including this candle, which I don't even know how you describe this, but it's the biggest volume candle since the open. $10 from 186 to 196. It was real. Or the guys in the back going nuts. I was like, that got to be fake. And it's still going higher. Even though that seems like a bunch of shorts just got stopped out, it then decided to go higher and higher and higher. There's nothing about this that is slowing down at the particular moment. The only thing that I was trying to just get into just very quickly was Meta, which just started to roll into the downside. So we might have missed a chance at Meta there for the short. I don't know if I want to chase it down, but we are looking short off that local high as its trend to the downside. We drew a trend line in there. You can kind of coincided with this recent peak. So we will look to short on META if we can get it. But I would not be standing out in front of ANF. Like, I know 27% or 26%, it feels like there's going to be a short at some point. If it's not going to reverse after that kind of a candle, then I'm not sure what it's going to take for that stock to come back into the downside. I am in FFIE, just so you guys know. I shorted this one after it broke down underneath VWAP, shorted it in the low 70s. I reloaded it at 68, still working to the downside. It's at 66, so this one looking a little bit weak. So we're going to be involved in this one for the afternoon, but if we get a new position, I will let you guys know.
All right, let's just check back in on Uber. This was a position here that we were really thinking about earlier going short. And again, this might be a good time, actually. We just finished actually recording our first episode of the Freedom and Wealth podcast. So everybody has to immediately go over and like and subscribe to this. Brandon and I had a fantastic time. And we were actually talking about taking Ubers and having fun like that. Some fun little things there. And then we also talked about putting in, stop orders and how to really manage trading as either something we do on the side and just to hustle and get that extra little grind in there for trading when you can work either sort of side gigs, get out of that 9-to-5 grind, and part of that is doing different strategies on managing your different assets and how that all works out, and just having a good time and doing stuff a little different than how we talk here on the show. So make sure you like and subscribe and get over to that podcast, and make sure you hit that little bell, because then you'll be able to when we drop it, you'll be able to get the information on that one. So it's your Freedom and Wealth podcast. Super excited for it. It's a brand new room. It's really, really gorgeous in there, honestly, and we're excited to show it off to everybody. But again, just like we say in the podcast, if you're gonna make changes, you have to make them now. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. Let's get ready to rock and roll. It's the Freedom and Wealth podcast, dropping on all of your streamers soon.
Yeah, no time like the present. And just so you guys know, brought to you, this segment, of course, brought to you by VinFast. VinFast VF8 SUV has earned top 5 safety awards from the New Car Assessment Program for Southeast Asia, including Best Overall and Best SUV. Competing against 15 major automakers, VinFast VF8 was recognized for its outstanding safety features like forward collision warning and blind spot detection. This accomplishment underscores VinFast's commitment to safety and innovation in electrified mobility. Congratulations to VinFast for setting new standards in automotive safety, and stay tuned for more updates. That's pretty. I was just behind one of these bad boys.
Yeah, I like that. I like that VinFast. That is
a couple of weeks ago.
Hot car, but
Hot.
you know,
Hot fire.
exactly. You know, you've got that sort of that hotline bling coming through here with AMD right now because there it is. It's a nice little move to the downside. We've just been putting this trade on for you this afternoon. It is AMD, and we also said that hey, we had a bias in this stock. Purple is short. Guess which way our bias is? So yeah, man. I mean, these are all shorts in and around the high of the day. Can you tell where we were filming the podcast by any chance? By any chance? But we sit right back down and get right back in that pilot seat, and now you can see what's happening. We are, well, we shouldn't be in a pilot seat if we're going down, but the stock market is going down right now, and we are lightly landing it here, and it's been really good. We just took out VWAP. This is a big trade here for me. Now 75 cents in the money. And look, once, twice, thrice, whatever that after that. Nice move downside here for AMD. Let's let this one fall in to the rest of the day. I feel like I'm pretty confident trying to hold on to this one. Sharif mentioned Nvidia. And yeah,
it's slowing down.
If this, that's what I was going to say, if this name slows down and we start to get a little southbound here on Nvidia, then this emperor will indeed have no clothing, and that is AMD. So here we go. It is a nice move down. Uh-oh. Let's go. We're 10 cents away, and then we can see what's going on with a dollar club. So let's put a bid down there and get filled. So that, I actually just got, I don't even care about the dollar club. We just got filled there at 15s. So let's rock and roll. We're ready to rock now with you guys. So nice little trade here to start the afternoon off. It is an AMD, and it's a tanker to the downside right now. Get your popcorn ready. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, you better believe it's going to be a fun one. The market actually starting to move for the first time. AMD giving it up, Nvidia giving it up. I just got into Meta short starting to go, but Lucy got to $1 again. This kind of came out of nowhere. 2 seconds ago when we started talking, but at the same time Sean got in on AMD,
yeah,
Lucy was at 84 cents. Lucy just tagged 101 and came back underneath the dollar. So I was long earlier today. We longed $1, it went to 130. We're back now. I'm short underneath $1 here at 98 change. If it breaks 102, I'm getting out. The other trade we just got into is Meta. Meta making lower highs all the way. I grabbed literally 476 even pretty much here. The first $0.50 is finding support. Meta has been a relatively weak stock pretty much the entire day. It's not outpacing the market, but it's putting lower highs, including whatever was going on here when it lost VWAP at 1 o'clock. So we're only in short positions. If Nvidia is not going to hold up, then I think ARM. I liked ARM for strength if the chips kept going higher, but it'll have to be like a VWAP play would be the only place I get in. And I don't want Nvidia and AMD falling all over themselves to the downside and then try to catch this falling knife. But it has been a strong stock in my estimation. So I do want to respect ARM. I'm not shorting it, but I'm not going to be sitting on this bid either. Not going to be flirting with disaster when it comes to ARM. Yeah, Manuel, Lucy at $1. That's why I just mentioned that bad boy. Super strong bounce in Lucy, although it did reject the double top at the high of the day a lot earlier. So if it does get past $1, even then, you've still got the 130 double top to contend with.
Oh man, I don't know if you guys like hot dogs. Oh, we had we were grocery shopping. Yeah, we went to Metro. It was after the 3-on-3 game my daughter played in, and we went to go get. I think it was what did we have? Did we have ribs? No, we didn't have ribs this week. It was something else, anyways. We had to go. Oh, chicken wings. So we went and got some chicken wings there. And yeah, outside they were handing out chicken hot dogs. It was maple leaf. They weren't bad. I didn't think I would like them at first. They weren't that bad. I was actually questioning whether or not they were hot dogs or not. But then the question remains, what exactly is a hot dog? So I'll just leave that.
It's like
I'll just leave that out
all
there.
the leftover. It's
Right. So like, what is a chicken hot dog then? Like, you know
I
what I
don't
mean?
want it
Like,
to be like real meat.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So I didn't really know how to feel about it, but it tastes pretty good.
Hot dog's not supposed to be real meat. A hot dog is hot dog.
Yeah. Go to the Jays
It's like
game.
McDonald's is McDonald's. Like I don't want a
I
burger.
mean, when I
man.
found out that
want
the Jays are
McDonald's.
like handing out 60,000 hot dogs in a game, I find like it's a little. I want to go there for that. By the way, I think that's to be a jam.
Yo, it's legit.
But I know it's legit, but like it's a lot of hot dogs. You know what I'm saying? Right there. So all right.
It's a value proposition.
It is a value. That's why I want to go because then all of a sudden the beer is what 13 or 14, but then you can have a beer and a hot dog for 15, and now all of a sudden you're closer to achieving that freedom and wealth.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
You've got to do
There
the
should be
deal.
a podcast about
And
that.
the best thing about it, for anyone, if you're in Toronto, Tuesday games tend to be like the cheapest during the week. Like weekday games are always cheaper, but
Yeah.
Tuesday is like the cheapest day to go in a general sense. And on top of that, you get the dollar dogs. Believe me, when we resell our season tickets, like they show you, like there's a grid of like, this is the actual face value. And it's not every single game is the same.
Right.
Those Tuesday games are almost always, especially against a weak opponent, they're always cheaper. Like one day it was like 100 face value on a Monday and then 70 bucks
Yeah.
on a Tuesday. And it was dollar dogs, which are fantastic. So Lucy breaks 102, I'm getting out of this sucker. And it's going to be maybe the 130 level we work with. Meta just broke down. It just got that first half dollar. Look, it's a good bottom at 475. I want to respect it. 475 was also... Like, you can't make this up. 475 has been the bottom for 2 days now. This is now the third day, and the top has been 480. So respect the 475 level if it's going to go. Apparently news on Walmart, but I wanted
New
to get
lows.
Naresh, DJT is still doing some things today. So shout out to anybody, congratulations, or all that good stuff if you've gone long. I don't want to say I've been ignoring the stock because we pull it up, we'll talk about all that good stuff, but I have not wanted to go long this stock at all. And it's continuously just going higher and higher. A break of the high would be 52 and change. So still strong. It's like 3 days in a row now. Hasn't really pumped through resistance on the daily, but at this rate, certainly a possibility.
I need to draw Adair's attention to Walmart because, Adair's over there. It's not even at the desk. My bad. No, don't worry about it. I'll find out the story. No, Walmart's going down. I just heard something in my ear about their chart. They've been charging the wrong price on stuff. So I don't know, like,
Come on, Walmart.
what does that even mean? Like, honestly, like,
Be better.
if you're charging the wrong price on something, like, how long does it take you to figure that out before, like, literally, like, people are just like going into your store and you're like, oh, that TV's only $5. I'll take 5 of them. Like, how much could that? No, but I'm saying like that's not a story that should really be affecting the stock unless they've just repriced like everything incorrectly and nobody even noticed that.
What are you, Loblaws?
That's why I was like saying to Adair, like, what exactly is this story? But okay, don't worry about it. I just heard it in my ear quickly there. It might be absolutely nothing, but Walmart is getting a little spicy here to the upside, or downside. So I was just wondering about that, and there it comes all the way back up. So there definitely was a story. I mean, look at that volume spike. We'll probably get that in a minute, but that just seems so silly.
Here in Canada,
Yeah.
you saw the guy that went viral. Like there was Loblaws is like a local in.
First of all, AMD is.
And some guy went viral because he weighed a bag. It was like vegetables or whatever, and it was like 40% underneath the weight that was on the package. Like it wasn't even close.
Oh, the scale was off?
It wasn't even close. Like it said on the package, say like 750 grams.
Right.
Just say it was that. It was like 400 and something. When I think I showed
Right, I
it,
got
whatever,
it,
it was
yeah.
all over TikTok. So believe me, like this is a thing that does happen. You call it shrinkflation. You could call it, I mean, whatever you want to give it. That's not shrinkflation. That's just outright dishonesty. So I don't know if that's what's happening.
Is
with
Costco
Walmart.
reporting tonight?
But no, Costco's tomorrow. Right?
By the way,
Oh
AMD
yeah,
is.
Costco.
Good move down here. We'll go airplane on this one because it feels like AMD is just dropping those GPUs right into your hands here. Look at this short. We just shorted this. It's now, we just shorted this thing. 220. There it is. Nice move to the downside right now. We are short 166.09. So, I mean, we talk about the purpose of what we're doing, and I mean, sure, I have tons of fills, but you know, this is now starting to go. This will be PL number 1, and it wasn't about an hour, or it wasn't about 20 minutes ago. So there we go. Sometimes you just got to sit in there and be able to make the plays that you do believe in. And we said that we were going to let, and again, the reason why we talk like this, like when Sharif was over there and we were doing the rundown, I said, I'm leaving Nvidia alone. It's my worst stock today, and I only traded it twice. And I was just treating it like it was not a $1,200 stock. And we were just too silly with it. And look what it's been doing since we just shorted. Sure, it's gone down from here to here, but just in this last little while, like it's too choppy. I could definitely understand where I'm missing out and why I'm losing on that stock. So we just went over to AMD, which looked a lot cleaner to me, and you could see the move that's come into play here. This top was quite obvious and quite easy. Shout out to Yannick and Obi and all those guys in the back, because it's exactly that talk that we had before. Find easier trades. You don't need to sit there. Same as Justin, everybody behind us. We were talking all about that. And I kind of giggle because it's like, oh, just find easy trades. It's like, okay, so that part is the hard part. The trading is the easy part because I can just hit buy or sell. You know, it's finding those trades that is what takes the time. So here, okay.
I'll give you an example of an easy one.
Wrong prices were charged at, hold on, just wait a second.
Oh,
just because it just says 1,600 stores, wrong prices were charged for several days.
Like in their favor or against their favor?
Well,
that's what I want to know.
I'm saying again, I would assume that they're lower prices, but yeah, I guess that's true. If they're higher prices,
well, because if
maybe they have lawsuits, you can actually charge whatever you want.
Well, because if you charged higher accidentally, but that's what you displayed, if that's what you put the sticker on and people paid more, that's bad press for them, but they don't actually lose anything. Like, so I'm not completely sure about that, like exactly how that works out, because if you display that you're selling something for $10 and it's there for,
I mean, it rings in like craft dinner, but you bought like peanuts, and then you're like, wait a second.
That's a different story.
Yeah, who knows? That's what Jag was saying, maybe wrong QR
but there's,
codes.
Naresh just asked a question about Unity, and not to beleaguer the point about easier trades. And look, I'm not in Unity. I didn't trade Unity today. But if you're thinking about an easy trade, look at Unity software. Yesterday's low, essentially 1890, let's call it. Today, ignore the dark pool wicks. What's the top? 1890. Rejection, rejection. When it breaks the support in the morning, that's 1870. Break, clean downward trend. So it gaps underneath. Support turns into resistance, it continues to trend down, it then breaks the support level. Anywhere you are short after it breaks on the first available pop, you give it back to 1870, like it just continues down. It's a weak stock, it's trending down, and whatever, like I'm not in the stock today. We were talking about this because Kathy Wood sold a bunch of shares apparently in Unity. I still never found exactly how much. I was trying to locate the story.
I thought we had that Kathy's Arc website or whatever.
Remember I was saying I saw some historical prices on there that didn't make any sense, and I'm like, how much do I want to trust this? I just couldn't believe the historical prices that I was seeing that apparently they own some of the stocks in. And maybe that's a me thing. Maybe those were real prices. But when I looked at it, I'm like, these cannot be right. I don't know if I should be trusting that site anymore because it's an independent site. It's not ARC saying this is what we have. It's like Kathy's Arc is an independent website.
Right. For anybody that, but
I mean, it might be right.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like you could just go to even her website, and they were talking a little bit about it on there as well. So, anyways, yeah, just some people say if you can't hear us or something like that, turn up your volume. I mean, it should be okay. We always have audio. Our guys are checking it all the time, so just try to get it all figured out, and we'll try to do our best over here as well. And thank everybody for listening. Look, one position that I don't talk about because I don't have that much left, and it's because we're waiting for this kind of a break. And again, you know, I could say guess where we were when we were filming, but we've already sort of gone that route. The joke's getting old now, but right there, right back into that level, that would have just been another opportunity to short it. So I really feel like I missed getting more shares here. So let's just watch out for this. This again, the TQs has been my _1 stock for the month of May. I'll look it up after this, but at the end of the month. But I'm almost 91%, John Tavares, certain that TQs is going to be my top stock. But at the end of the day, let's just see if it breaks. I mean, the futures are trying to get a little lower here. This could be a good out. So I just wanted to bring it up because we've now touched out, like that's 1, 2, I guess almost like 3 tops there. And then it kind of just been multiple support levels here that have always been held. So 64.80, 64.85 right now. I choose TQQ because again, it's triple, which doesn't really matter that much. It's more about the pricing. It's reasonably priced at $60 for the buying power that I have. And then if we always get the question, I'll just say it again because it's probably going to come up in the chat. Why am I not trading this name? again, it's not, for me here, it's just a buying power thing, to be honest with you. I have enough in the account to be able to trade TQQ. So I like to look down right now and see red in my blotter with AMD because red is signifying short. So I'll play the short that way with the TQs. So I'd rather just be like watching this thing bleed down, knowing that I'm short, instead of watching the SQQ go up being short. So it's just a small little preference thing there, but it's not really a thing, but that's what I'm doing. And right now that's starting to head to the downside. And then AMD, my target for this. So right now we have about a quarter left of what we had at the top. So we've done really well by not just hammering it out. We did get a lot of outs here when it was at VWAP because honestly, out, like these were all levels that we kept scalping, and if I could see forward, then fine. But right now it does look like a little bit of a base. Let me just stick a bid at 88, get that, there we go, get that fill, and then we'll wait to see what happens on the downside here now. So pretty confident with holding this short, but really looking for a low break. So like 164, I think we could bid, and then after that, 163. I'm pretty confident in the short here in this market. So we're under VWAP, we're under the 50-period moving average, and I just think we could test 1800, 18.8. So if we can get down into that level pretty good, we've been sticking underneath. Let's just wait to see a 50 break to know that we're wrong. It can break through VWAP as much as it wants to, but I think a 50 break will give me the answer. So for right now, let's hold short.
Yeah, I'm going to short the next available pop in Meta, maybe right back at our same price or above the 476, sticking with that. But I did look up, and they do have the trades. Let's just trust it. So this is Kathy's ARC, 650,000. Well, I read an article that said about this number, so I actually feel pretty good about this. I just couldn't find the article again. But 650,000 shares of Unity were sold. That is not a small number. I don't think, obviously it's not the most expensive stock in the world at this particular point. But you would usually think that after a sell like that, a lot of times, oh, well, if someone big is done selling a chunk, it could go up. The exact opposite. And when a stock is doing this, it's a short till it's not. I'm not saying there's not a bottom coming in at some point on Unity, but let's be real. This is 8 days in a, I don't know, 10 days in a row. You guys can count that up to the downside. I think you look for shorts in a situation like that. Shout out to you, Dan McIsaac. Appreciate the super chat. I'll hit the like there. And shout out on the Live Nation news. Took 95 points or pennies, I'm assuming, as a swing trade and cashed in nice this morning. I haven't looked at it, but fantastic is what I'm going to put here.
What did he say?
No, he just said the Live Nation. The news was yesterday.
Yeah.
On Live Nation, so he took 95 points. I don't know, 95 Ps, it could be pennies, it could be points. I don't know if you played options.
Probably
assuming
pennies.
Probably 95 cents if
it
you
didn't
just
move that much today, really.
Stock, but
nice bottom.
well, it doesn't matter. Like the news was.
No, I was just saying
bad.
it's probably means $1 because it moved 93 bottom up to 94.50.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 95. Yeah.
Maybe the whole move. Or he held overnight.
No, he said he swung it. So it was yesterday.
Oh, he swung it. My bad.
Because 95 was the top yesterday. I don't think I'm crazy about.
Nice trade. Well, he could tell us what trade did you have on there. I mean, that was a good trade.
It closed right. I closed right at 95, and then bottom was 93. I'm missing a lot of data on this chart.
So it's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing that we were. Again, this is why I'm trying to trade lesser names, like not lesser names, fewer names. Hopefully they're greater names, but. Because right there, we saw this was kind of basing out on AMD, right? We did have that bottom take there, and then if you come over to the chart, you'll see like, look at that. It was basing out, so I got out. So we got out there at 88. You saw me do it live. And then right up there, now a nice little move to 165.20. So, I mean, that's the thing. We talk about this. Just hit the like and hit the subscribe because we just broke down some of those trades. So whether or not you're a prop trader or you're just looking to say, hey, when do I exit out of some of my trades, or what am I looking at? Like on the way down, we didn't really base at all until we got into this area. So that was a little bit of an area of concern. I mean, even if you stretch it back, you don't really see that much. And if we take off, let me get rid of all these. Oops, that's data editor customization. Let me just get rid of these part fills here, so you don't have to see all these fills coming through right now. Down, apply. Okay, you don't really see too many levels of support. I mean, maybe this little, right there. Now that I actually look at it fine from the open, like this 164.50, that looks like a decent area. So maybe there is no surprise there that it started to base out. So again, like when you look at this chart, you look for, hey, where are the opportunities? And I just, if you have bias short, which we did have, we could have the wrong price. And again, this is what I was talking with the guys behind. You could write down whatever price you want. The more important thing is that you have a game plan of 95 puts. That's what he had. So that was a good one. That's what he meant. 95 Ps.
Yeah, I mean,
Duh. Okay, good one, Dan.
when you
Thanks for
don't think in
clarifying
options,
that.
you don't think in options.
Yeah, no, that's we're thinking points, pennies. Yeah, it's so stupid. But anyways, good trade there, Dan. At the end of the day, this is why we have to sometimes zoom out. And if you're focused on, like, if I have 4 or 5 positions, I tend to miss things like that. And you look back, it's like, oh man, why didn't I cover Apple there? But right now, that made a little bit of sense to me. So that's the kind of stuff you want to look at. And then this is what a clean chart looks like. And then when you have a problem trading like I do, then this is what your chart looks like. So there you go. But at the end of the day, we found our way into some of these names, and we're really happy with the way we've performed today on AMD, putting it a nicely green name for me, along with the TQQs there that we're holding. So far, so good on those positions, and we'll look to get into some more.
I'm going to hit this one because the market's going down. That's what we like to see.
I'm down with that.
Okay, well, obviously, we like to see the market go up, but we like to see it go down if you're short. So good look on advanced micro devices. It'll be red for me, but the best thing about it was the lesson of the day for me.
FFIE.
Was AMD and Nvidia. Just recognizing when it's trending up and then waiting for it to start trending back into the downside, right? Like once it was trending down, it was a much different story. At the open, it was a trend up despite that dump. FFIE, remember earnings last night, so explanation for the stock, earnings, and they actually got, they're getting a fine, I think it is, from the NASDAQ over late reporting as well. So that's the other piece of bad news. I had been short on the VWAP. I just reloaded at 68, taking some out in front of 60. If it does get down to 50, then I'm all out of it. Meta was the other thing that we reloaded. That's popping back down into 475. I think 475 is a good bottom. It just continues to hold it over and over again. So I'm on the bid right at just underneath that 75 where it's found support as the market trying to bounce off that 18.8. There's still some earnings to get to, but there was someone just mentioned CRM in the chat. I see someone put CRM like, oh, is it moving ahead of its earnings? Because we still have Dell to come. We still have Costco to come. CRM is tonight. Those two are tomorrow. But tonight is Salesforce. So I thought maybe when someone put that in the chat there, that was you, Fatala Hamza, in the chat putting in CRM. It's not going anywhere. If it's running into earnings, sometimes you can get a trade, but not seeing much. At least it's not dying. CRM's up into a down market, but yeah, no movement on that stock. I thought maybe there was something going on with Salesforce.
Yeah, today, May 29th. So I always, yeah, it is. Salesforce is tonight, after market close. Yeah, remember I was like, isn't Salesforce tonight? Oh, it's Costco that I yelled over to Adara. That's my bad.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, we knew Salesforce. So yeah, good call on that one. So it is going to be the #1 stock to look out for tonight's reporting time. The conference call at 5 p.m., so we'll expect that almost right away at 4. Join myself, Trader Tammy, and Adara will be on tonight. Expected move right now, 6.5% on Salesforce. Oh man, it's Bank of Montreal is in the building. We actually saw that the other day with BNS, Bank of Nova Scotia. Like, why do we have, wait a second, why do we have like Bank of Montreal, Bank of Nova Scotia, Toronto Dominion Bank? Like, we just can't have normal banks, you know? And then we have Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, CIBC. And then we finally have a reasonable name, Royal Bank of Canada. So we have about 6 pillars there, all not allowed to merge or anything like that. One of them coming tonight. It is BMO, Bank of Montreal. Okay, Dick's Sporting Goods. So some of these names were after hours, or sorry, before market open, so we won't be covering these, but a nice move today for Dick's Sporting Goods, up 16%. Some of the retail names continue to kick, man. I mean, trust me, if any of you, which I'm sure a lot of you do, have kids in sports and things like that, man, my daughter was like, "Hey, I need a new catcher's glove, right to Home Run Sports." Like, you know, this is what happens. It's very expensive to get sporting equipment, so Dick's is putting that up. UiPath could be exciting, 13%. That's another Kathy Wood sort of ARC name there, UiPath to pay attention to. What exactly is happening over here right now? AMD starting to go back to the upside, so we'll just hold fort on that right now. What else coming? Abercrombie already had that. CHWY. That's about it. There's probably some more names. Oh, where's my guy Fabian? Are you over there? No, he is not. But he was wondering about C3AI. So let's have a quick look at that one. C3AI tonight. So this is a name they're expecting. What was that move right there? 20? C3AI expected move. 13%. Its past move is 25%. So we know there's some capabilities here.
That tonight?
Yeah, so that's going to be a big mover here.
Dump it. Here, we'll do that.
You're saying dump it? Okay, hold on. I don't want to say. I don't.
We'll do that. What else?
Flushing what? C3AI? Yeah. Why are you flushing it down the toilet?
Because it sat out this entire move to all-time highs on the NASDAQ. It's like it's not getting the push in the AI realm. No one even understands, well, okay, I don't understand what they do, and I've never really heard a compelling, this is what we do. I tried reading a couple of times. I'm like, still not really seeing it. Clearly they're not selling it right. Look, it's probably decent short flow. Did you just say it?
No, I was literally going to look it up, and then you started trash talking.
Okay, so
I was
not
like,
obvious. 33%. I didn't realize it was that big. 33% short float. Okay, it might not be so obvious because it could actually not even have great earnings, and then you could get a bounce off of it just because it's 33% shorted. That said, I mean the chart speaks for itself. It would be a lot more fun if it went squeezing. I'll tell you that much. Like break 27, get through the 200 period, squeeze some shorts out of that. Yeah, the fun part would be if this was a strong stock tomorrow. Let's be real. So I retract my dump it statement in favor of hoping that the stock pumps. Because as a trader, on a 33% short float, if you're a trader, you're not hoping that the stock goes down after earnings. You want it to go up. Like you want this to Abercrombie some. You
want to do a CHWY type styles.
No, I mean CHWY, ANF's better than CHWY today. Hold on.
Yeah, well, ANF. I mean, that ANF chart is. Is very unique.
You know what? 26%, although CHWY's not at the high of the day. I mean, CHWY's had a great day. ANF is just obviously on a different level on the daily chart. It is, no matter what anybody tells you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's insane.
ANF is the best stock that no one
in the world.
Like, you show me a chart that's better than this one on the daily. I'll wait. You guys put it in the chat. I'm not gonna bet something because I'm sure someone can come up with some small cap nonsense that's done better, but
I don't think so.
No, nothing is better than this chart. Nothing.
So I don't Sharif myself. I actually just got I am now have to very soon, within 30 days. You guys all saw me do this live on the show where I had to go into training mode for like 1 minute, and then I was able to get the attention of our surveillance department, which I'm friendly with. But yeah, so I have to do my trader training refresh as well.
Then we all do that.
Yeah, so here at Real Trading, yeah, well, because you didn't have to do yours for a minute there, and it was like, why doesn't Neil have to? You were caught in the matrix, but now you are not.
There was a glitch, and I never had to do it annually. For some reason, I didn't have to do it for like.
Here at Real Trading, which is our #1 sponsor, by the way, we do have compliance and different surveillance checks, and you have to know the rules of trading, especially what we're doing here, prop trading on the floor. So very specific things going through, and that's just one of them. So I have to do that, but join us if you're interested. Tons of opportunity here at Real Trading. Go find it, realtrading.com. Again, you can use our platform, the charting, everything, stop orders. We trade over, well, here it is right here, 50 plus markets, join over 3,000 traders. Make sure you join today. And I don't know, is there a chatbot on here or not? There's Brendo. Yo, what's up, Brendan? How you doing, my guy, right there?
The bot's
no. I thought we should have a little chat bot in here. But anyways, hit them up on any of the socials, ask questions, drop them a line. If you hit join today, you'll get all the details. So Real Trading, join us up today, the #1 sponsor. And the company that I've essentially been working for over 20 plus years in various capacities.
Someone just submitted a better one. Like, first of all, I swear that you're right that there was a chat feature on there.
Maybe disabled.
Maybe they disabled it. I'm going to submit that SLR is not a better looking chart than ANF. If we're gonna pigeonhole it to the last week, and we're only talking about the last 4 or 5 days of trading, then you've got all the argument in the world. But we can't just ignore the rest of First Solar's chart. That's all I'm getting at. And I'm not taking anything away from them. And if you put it into context within the space, I think it's been a fantastic one as well. So good look for FSLR. So the market just did this. I'm going to quickly show you. The market just bounced again off the bottom. and one more time we bounce in front of 475. So I just jumped out, take the buck on Meta, and then we'll go rinse and repeat on this stock. It's giving you that dollar range this afternoon in a trend down, so we'll just take it if we can. I love this game because everyone's now putting in, Naresh is saying look at Bros, Dan McIsaac's saying look at Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly's probably the best looking chart of a stock that I own in my personal account. So I don't own any ANF. And I remember the first time that ANF got brought up on this trading floor. I know when you looked at that chart, it doesn't matter where you bought it, you would have been a winner. But suffice to say that there's a lot of people that have to have some serious FOMO. Eli Lilly's a great looking chart, but it's been in a consolidation phase for the last couple of months now. Almost the entire year it's been consolidating higher. But this is a great one. I haven't bought this in a hot minute, but Eli Lilly's good. It's not the best. Lots are better than that. I see, we can talk about symbols that have great charts all we can, but I want to get to GameStop for a moment here because I had the SSR play on GameStop and I gave it up. We played it once. Short sell restricted means it was down 10% and then it caught a bit of a bid. You'll see down 10%, hit down 10% right here, put in a double bottom, put in the higher low, put the scalp trade on. Then I had it again off the same level and got stopped out, wicked out, and did not jump back in. So even though it'll be a green stock, I have to slap the fail because look at the support at that bottom. Like, why not have it a third time, right? Like, this is the same level. It's the same play. So 21.30. I just only noticed it because DAM in the chat, I'm going to say DAM because I'm not going to say it the other way, said they're long GameStop, probably off this same level. Could head to VWAP. We've seen this happen late in the day before. Maybe it's doing it again. If it fails, I'm shorting AMC because always.
You know what? I know you're just talking about AMC there. So I was actually looking around like at stocks that are moving, and I was thinking, okay, maybe Nvidia is doing something.
Denied.
Nvidia's not doing anything.
It's really not.
What is going on here? All right. I mean, maybe it's doing something. It's in our world, it's doing something, I guess, because up and down $6 is quite dramatic. I mean, I'm like here so happy to be able to make $1 on something like AMD when Nvidia is just kind of handing out this candy. But it's pretty hard to scalp this back and forth. There are some wicks that I think would have knocked me out here. Okay, are you starting to break lower? I'm punching some more shares in right now into AMD. So I was just debating AMD right here. So my average price is changing. You can see that. We just punched into some 20s. That could be wrong. What did we just get right there? I feel like the market just got excited there for a minute, but I guess that's just me. Look, and there is something to be said about over trading. Hey, it's me. Like, that could be a problem. Just because you're sitting here staring at something and you think you see something, you hop right in. I thought we were starting to break there. Like, just looking at Nvidia did break below 1050, but again, it only went $2. And I was like, okay, here we go. That's starting it, but that's not starting anything. So right now, here we go, right back up to the upside. It looks like that last punch in now has pretty much brought us right back to flat on this trade. Now, remember we said we only had about 20% left? Well, we've gotten some out since then. So now we have a reloaded position, but not at a great price. It is bouncing off VWAP right there. I feel like I shouldn't have talked about it so much and should have maybe put some orders in right there. Let's try something here at 50. And if we're able to get a little bit, then we'll look at it. I don't know if I want to hold it all the way back to 166. I mean, this market is still under VWAP, so I'm pretty happy with where the market is. And we've been really trading the NASDAQ well. So as long as our bias is short here, I feel like AMD is fine, always looking over at Nvidia. So we'll wait to get a little bit of a better short. A little scary there that we almost got stopped out, but I think 166 is, well, we didn't get almost stopped out, but 166 I think is going to be a decent stop out for us. So now we got to start planning our trade accordingly. So just so you can get with it here, my whole thing is like, if my out is now 166, I look over and I think about this. So I'm in the money now. Well, it's 50 cents, so 165.50 is my price. So my hit is 50 cents upside. So when I'm trying to average in and get some more shares here, it's how many shares am I comfortable with, knowing that I probably have one more average in up here, and then eventually the out at 166. So if you only want to have 100 shares and you already have 50, then you can't take 50 more right here. Because then as it starts going up, you're not going to have anything left in your quiver to fire again. So that's the thing that I'm always thinking about. what is my position going to look like if and when this thing potentially goes sour? So again, you want to get negative thoughts out, and you don't always be thinking about, like, you know, what if the worst thing possibly happens? But for a trader, you have to manage risk. And that's essentially what I'm doing here. And I'm going to put a bid at.
Important point.
I mean, I think that's the only point, really, is that if it's easy to count pennies when you're winning. Like, getting out of AMD as it's falling down, it's like, all right, yeah, here we go. You know, here we go. We'll take that. But it's like, as you're losing, are you adding to your problem or are you dealing with it? And I think we did a good job of getting out of the way of Amazon this morning. Nvidia, not so much. Uber for sure. And then Alibaba we took a shot at that we haven't gone back into. So we're going to have to check that out. AMD, see, I feel like it's doing something now, but it's really doing nothing.
It's funny you mention Amazon.
Yeah.
I have a point about the whole, don't think negative thoughts before you're getting in. Just think about brass tacks. Right? Like, what's the plan? What's the idea? I'm going to get to that in a second. But Amazon, that previous level of resistance, the last 2 days, it's bouncing off it a second time. So I just jumped into it off of 182.40 is the actual low. But I'm in it at 62, so it's about 25 cents worth of risk. But the other day, I mean, it's my daughter's team is like coach pitching. And so actually it's a mix. In the first inning, it's T-ball. The second and third innings, it's pitching. And the fourth is T-ball. And every other inning after that, the coach has to throw. So I'm assistant coach, and I'm doing the pitching for our team. And there's, you know, it's a blended age group kind of thing. So we have like some 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds on the team, and some haven't even turned 7 years old yet. And so one of the kids, and he's one of the smaller ones, I was like, just don't hit him. Just don't hit him. And then, of course, that's like the one kid that you hit. And it's like,
wow, Neil, how are you hitting kids, bro?
I know. No, I mean, whatever. It is what it is. It happens. It's baseball. You know, you're trying to pitch as best as you can. But at the end of the day, if you do that, then you're just going to set yourself up. If you're sitting there going in and trade like, oh, this is going to stink, this is going to stink, how are you supposed to make the right decision in the moment if you're just all in your head? So get out of your head and just think about what you're supposed to do. So I saw a support level on Amazon. If it breaks down with the market, I had preferred shorts this afternoon, but at the end of the day, this has been a strong stock. If it loses support, I'm out. My stop is at 18, 182.40. If it breaks 40, my stop is already in there. I don't have to worry about it. Meta, maybe we get a reload, maybe we don't, but I like this back in at the 476 level. So we like the trend down. If I get another shot to short a pop, I feel like this candle can't have been real. I didn't see it back up at 476, but we'll just patiently wait for it. FFIE continues into the downside at the end of the day. And ANF, maybe, just maybe.
Just maybe.
It just pulled back $2 and you can barely even tell. But it's kind of looking like it's making a bit of a top here on Abercrombie. Just super strong stock, obviously. But yeah, it looks like it's, I don't want to say finally is the wrong way to think about it because I don't want the stock to go down and I'm not short it, but it does look like it's making a bit of a pullback here in ANF. And it never retested that wick high, which is very real, 196. 197, check that. 197 is a very real top.
Right, we're just trying to get some more AMD here because it is starting to go a little bit to the upside. So we're starting to do that plan of action that we had here. Look, I put this out on the weekend here. I said, Starbucks with my homie. So here we go. We went and got some Starbucks right now. Someone said, yeah, you got to switch it up. I do have Bills gear, so maybe next time we'll wear that. But there we go. Yeah, I don't know if this was for $1,000 or not, but she's got that summertime drink in there. You know, spend that money, Starbucks. Maybe we should go over and trade that right there. Go find that all over Instagram. Okay. Right now we are, okay, I'll take a little bit here. Right now I am waiting at 87s. Strange little number there, but we're waiting there to see if we can get something good here with AMD. So it is on the march higher here. There is no doubt about that. Into this period, the 200 period. Again, we sort of talked about this being down there, but look what's happening to the market. You're getting that cross here. So the 50 period obviously coming right into VWAP right now. So like we're getting near out spots. Like no matter what you use in order to get out of your position, you're coming close right now, right? Because if you use VWAP, you're right there right now. If you use the 50 period moving average, you're right here right now. So the market is trying to get turned up a little bit. So we need to get out. If we break 166, we'll get out of definitely 75% of that one. And then right here, I'm pretty fine with this, but I still feel like I want to wait for 65.10. I know we'd give some back. We are short at 65.42, but we've already nailed this one. And look, what a surprise. It's bouncing off that same area again here in the futures. So I still think there's a chance that we get lower. Again, we're not expecting like big, huge earnings or anything after hours. We have Salesforce. Salesforce hasn't necessarily been performing that well. So I'm not super nervous about a huge, huge number, but who knows? The market's its own thing as we head into power hour. I say just stay the course here and see if we can't make something happen on this short for AMD. And let's not just get out of it immediately. But if we do take 166, then we'll get out. We're short right now at 54s. This is part of the plan. We talked about that. So now we just sit back. Our risk management is already in place. If it breaks higher, it breaks higher.
And I just saw in the chat someone saying Unity has like 20-something% more downside.
Based on what?
Well, I know you look at if you look at its chart, I don't know. Like I think you could just throw out a number in the way it's trending. Just for the record, I am offering on Unity, but I don't think we'll get the price, and we're just stair-stepping it to the downside. If it's going to continue to do this, we talked about shorting weak stocks and long strong stocks. Like why not? If this is going to pop and get us in, it's one of the cleanest downtrends all day long. I just saw there's a couple of penny stocks which are hitting my scanner, but relatively light volume, this KTRA. I know there was another one a couple of people were mentioning, 30 million in volume on this one, breaking the highs. But when I pull up a penny stock, generally speaking, if it's breaking out, like I want to see a little more than this. Like it just broke. Look at the level at 25 cents, big psychological level, triple top. It breaks, it goes 1 cent, it comes right back in. And I look at the level 2, and there's just no prints happening. So not much going on with this. If I see a small capper starting to go, I don't mind getting involved. GameStop could be a breakthrough VWAP. That's in play. But like I'm watching the tape here, like nothing's really going on in this stock right now. So you just got to be patient. Like it looks like it's making a bid. It's SSR, so it's short sell restricted. That means it can go. But unless you're dipping into the support level, you just got to be really, really patient with this 5 cent spread and not a heck of a lot going on there. I know DJT was making some power moves. Now that's going sideways. So not a heck of a lot in terms of these movers, small cap or squeeze names currently. You guys let us know if you see something pop in, but all the things on my scanner aren't doing a ton of volume.
So I've seen this story before on AMD, and we're about to get run over. No, it's just like it's moving upside, and meanwhile Nvidia's going the other way. Like this is what's nailed me earlier, and it may happen again. But there we go, Nvidia. See what I'm saying? Nvidia's not doing anything like AMD, and AMD is just like, hold my beer, fool. We've already done this to you one time before, and I'm about to do it again. So I'm gonna get some out. Honestly, like I'll take some out at 20s here, take it, or at 80s to take a 15-cent hit, and then if we fall back in, maybe take some out. I'm bidding 75 to take a 10-cent hit. I just don't trust this move. Like look what Nvidia is doing. Oh, the jury isn't.
Oh my God, Kava. Oh my goodness.
The jury is in the courtroom.
Uh-oh.
Right now with DJT. So.
Are you hearing this?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I've got the bat line. Direct. I've got, what's the thing that, Neuralink?
You know, that's what that Jennifer Lopez movie
yeah.
on Netflix.
Well, they tried to cast me, but really, I got bigger things to do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, okay. Shout out to J-Lo. Sorry about that. I'll get you next time, girl. You know, we'll collab.
So that's all right, movie.
We'll collab. You know. Okay, here we go. What's up, J-Lo? Nice move to the downside here. As let's see what happens now with AMD. I'm just playing around. We didn't make any money on those fills, but there's DJT, and here comes Santa Claus, and we'll see what happens now with AMD coming back in just a little bit. We talked about taking some pressure off. Remember, our average price there is 65, so we did take some hits there, but we're just getting lighter on the position. I still am very much a fan of said position here, so let's wait to see if we can make a little bit of cash on it right now and bring it back down into the downside. This is gonna have to, so we just took about a 10-cent hit on that. You guys saw me talk about that. So this needs to at least get to, now my average price is 73, but still the 10 cents would work. So this needs to get into the 60s for this to actually make any money for us. So let's see if we can get a downside push here in AMD. Target for the first out would be in and around VWAP. So we're already bidding that 51s. good enough. So we'll bid that, see if we get a move down in, and then after that, we do use the 50 period, but if we start to tank, then you'll hear me. So hopefully that can come down. And then the TQs are doing exactly what we had thought it would be. And remember, like, things aren't all the same. Like, we should have just stuck with the NASDAQ because that's a reload right there. And then now it's 20 cents in the money on that reload. So we should have stuck there, but instead we picked our poison with AMD, which is working. Hard to complain. Hopefully this will fall. There it is. Well, we got into the 60s there. Let's get a little bit of a downside move now. NVIDIA and AMD, I told you, not built the same. So I'm just focused on right now what AMD is doing.
Yeah, and like we said before, they're not at all remotely closely built the same, these chip names. Like, I looked over at ARM to see, is that giving it up? This just bounced. It didn't even get to VWAP. The market's pressing lows. I should be back into the long on the stock. It's just a matter of where. So 121.6 looks like the level. Hold on a second. First things first. Remember where I said my stop was in Amazon? 182.40. Right, 25 cents worth of risk. I'm out. I'll hit the refresh, but I'm not in position on Amazon anymore. Just FFIE. I have not gotten back into Meta
FYI.
because Meta has not come to the upside yet, but it is starting to bounce. So I'm looking for the play back into 476 where we had it before, just letting it get back into that price. But as I said, it's ARM that's looking pretty strong. I did flip from a short to a long in this stock, only to see it pull right back in. Like, when I was short this at 122, this was 122.5, showed you the bottom. It just showed you the same bottom on this chip name. Relative strength over here in ARM. Apparently Apple's free falling. I have not looked at Apple in a hot minute. But
like Tom Petty styles, or?
Oh yeah, it just broke support, Apple.
Free fall.
That's not free falling. I mean, it just dropped. Like, this is 191.
Oh yeah.
That's dropped 20 cents.
Oh yeah.
That's not free falling.
No, it's not. But hopefully AMD free falls. All right. So again, hey, we're short. It is AMD. We just took a bid there at 60. We'll see if it can fall in a little bit. We are bidding 51s. Yeah, maybe we'll put a little 56 action out there. We'll see if we get that bid now at 56. Remember, our net position, we were short 66s to begin with. So this is not, we're not super excited yet, although there it is. Now we're getting more excited. We just got a 51 fill. So nice move on the downside here. Hopefully we can collapse in. So again, remember we took out, for a 10-cent hit, we took out about like 15%. And now we're in the money now 25, 30 cents, and we still have the majority of the position. So again, you know, I got to do a little bit better at making sure that we have a bigger piece on when these moves happen, but we've still got a good enough piece on. Trust on that one. So now let's wait to see where we go with AMD. I mean, I'm looking at the 50 period. That'd be all right down there at 165.30. Hopefully we can get that, but we got to just stay calm and not go crazy. There we go. Mr. Long Shorts takes 56. So that is for you, Mr. Long Shorts. Hopefully you're able to put a couple trades on board right there. So good job for that if you're short with me up there in and around that 166. Should have been more patient and not started right here, but we did. Anyways, make its move down. We're not even making any money on this trade, so needs to break below 50s before we get serious about this. So NASDAQ's still in the pocket right now. Ethereum's not really moving. I mean, was there news on Apple, or like, what was that really doing?
I think it's just a support level break. So I did check.
191, that's still pretty high.
Yeah, it's still up into a down market. So I understand it's still technically a strong stock, but it broke support in here at 191. So not free falling, but underneath here, I think when you've got a trend break, you want to look in the other direction. I'm still on the offer. I'm not in Amazon, by the way, Cal Burdett. I don't know. There was an issue with in the midday with the position board, but there's my long. My out was 182.40. So it came out. I'm not in position. We'll show you guys the outs. I've hit the refresh to confirm. We can do that here, Real Trading. You can always just, if you think there's an issue with your blotter, you can hit the refresh just to confirm. But I'm not in that position anymore. Maybe when I take another fill, something will show up. But shoot, now I just lost my train of thought. It was Apple. That's what I was talking about. So Apple seems to have. Oh, TV Plus app for Android phones.
Nothing. Yeah.
Although, look,
there's a post on their website. They're looking for an engineer to build an app. That's all.
I have a beef with that because I watch a few shows on Apple, and you have to watch on a browser, which
Right, so that's
yeah, it's a little bit of a pain in the butt for being an Android user. Like I like that.
I don't know. We don't want to get the FTC involved here.
I like
you
the
know.
Foundation show, and I have to sit there and watch it on my browser instead of just having an app. Like, come on, man. Like, do better. You're Apple. Like, I want to keep. It's the kind of thing where if I don't have a new show come around, I'm just gonna cancel it eventually, because it's inconvenient for me. But that For All Mankind show is really good. I'm a big space nut, dude. It's super cool.
Oh yeah. I saw that.
It's like Cold War.
I saw that Atlas thing that was it Atlas that Jennifer Lopez?
Yeah.
I saw that on
that's
Netflix.
more.
We didn't watch it. Oh,
That's more like dumb fun. Like just it's
right.
Silly
Not meant
action.
to be. Right.
For All Mankind is a legitimately well-written, quality show, great acting, all that good stuff. It's not even though it's a science fiction, it's more than just a science fiction. It's really, really cool. You guys would. I think a lot of people would probably like that show, but that's just me.
I'm not. Yeah, that was a good little look there for Apple. Like when that was starting to go down like that, it's really just following the futures. So I feel like you can, we're just back here at VWAP. So I've decided now, the stove is too hot, no more touch. I'm not finite. Like honestly, if AMD wants to go back to the upside, fine. I'm gonna get stopped out. I'm only getting stopped out at 75%, but now I'm out of more than half of this trade already as we came back into VWAP. So that was a good one. I saw Mr. Longshorts was also like saying that he's out because he's weak. I mean, that has nothing. You're talking about yourself. The thing is like you have to follow your strategies. Whether or not AMD just continues to tank like this, like when we're down here and we're $1 in the money and we're spinning it, it's like I have shares, obviously, but we don't have the full position to the point where we averaged it back in and now could lose on the last bit of this average, right? So, you got to take profits where they lie, especially at 315. So, never beat yourself up over things like that, but this is definitely a tough business, and the market does have a way of making you feel stupid sometimes, and if not sometimes, maybe all of the time. So just be careful with that, and yeah, just make sure that you have your strategies and you always try to follow them, and don't have FOMO that, like I do sometimes, I got out too early and this and that. You just gotta, you're always gonna get out too early. You're always gonna be in too early, and you're always gonna get out too early. Because if you got out too late, then that means you've either got a wicked trade and you won't complain, or you're so mad,
or you forgot
or you forgot a stop order. That can happen all the time, or you put an order in the wrong way. But at the end of the day, you sort of just have to be one with what your strategy is, and that's the way that you'll be happy with the way you traded. Or you could be one with the force as well. That's a.
As I get into ARM, so I took another fill, and the second I actually got a fill, you see it corrected. But the second we get into ARM, maybe we're too early on it. Because the futures are bouncing, and this bounced off support. It just put in a higher low at 121.85. We'll call it 121.80. So I'm going to give it to the 3/4. I just missed something. I'm also going to trail out FFIE here. Whoops. That's not FFIE. This is there's no warrants on that. So this just broke down at 55. So if it gets back above 55, I'm just getting out of FFIE. We had one reloading here at 68 when we came back in, but now you're seeing it start to flush in. Down 50%. I think this could be in play again tomorrow. You're obviously resetting the clock on that closing above $1, as you guys can all, barring some kind of a ridiculous miracle. FFIE is going to close under $1, resetting that clock. This was a 5-cent stock when all of this started. I'm not saying it's going back to 5, but I'm anticipating if it gets back down to like the quarter, it's hard to see on a daily because this went to $4, but this here was like 24 cents. And then the first day where this ran, it closed at 24 cents. So if this gets down into the quarters, I'm probably looking for a long tomorrow in FFIE, and I don't think that's crazy that it could get there. This, like I said, it was just $4. Now it's back to 50 cents. I think a hold of 25 cents could be a good one. I was going to mention Tellurian because I'm close to getting into that one for a swing play, but it has to close a little bit higher. I just want to get back over to ARM first because I feel like I just got a bad wick out. I did. But it's not because it didn't break the level. I just made the temporary bottom after it broke the level. Maybe we're just not patient enough. Instead of getting it on the red candle, let it make a base and then try to catch it on the way back up. I think that's the way to go with 40 minutes left in the day here, which does let me, only because I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, I said I was going to get into Tellurian if it showed some strength on the daily, which would have meant, come on, Shark, don't make me go trade ideas here.
Load.
Here, I'm just going to pull it up on Trade Ideas, which is a little bit faster. All I wanted to see with TEL, so this is a 15, but I want to show you guys the weekly. So let's show the weekly chart. All I wanted to see was a hold above like 60, which is right down in here on Tellurian. You can see it never really broke and held this level. So I just want to see it make this double bottom and then take out these levels here. Maybe close above, you know, like maybe a 70 level, and then I would jump into a long, give it like 30, 40%. But I am looking for a bit of a trend break at some point on Tellurian. I'm just trying to allow it to make the rounded face. So I know I said I was looking at getting into it. I never did. It's down 11% today, so I know it's having more trouble. Like it tried to close above 60, and then look what happened. Just big time rejection on the daily chart. I think it needs to break like the 70 level or something, and then I'll get involved. Natural gas play, but it's a penny stock that I'm looking to swing. I swung it once from $1 to 175 like a couple of years ago. I'm looking to do something similar if it can catch a bit.
So I just want to say, like Mr. Long Shorts. I know, me too. In the chat, are you on a prop floor or something? Because I got to say this to you, man. Bang, bang, bang. Like I hope that feel like, you know, you're kind of vibing with what we're doing here as well. You just said that you reloaded at 80s, you took 7 pennies, and you're all out. I like that's the kind of trading that, honestly, now we're not all out, but even before I saw that, I had the exact same trade as you. So like there's my reload there at 80, and here's some outs at 64, 65, 66s. So I mean, yeah, man, we vibing right there. Good look on that one, and I'm gonna put some more at 70 now just to get some more out, because again, we can be wrong, and that's fine, but when we're right, we gotta be right. So let's take a little bit of profit right now on these plays, and again, a very good look by you, not just because I had it, but that's the idea that I'm working with here every day, trying to get, you know, the right amount of shares in at the right prices, and I think that that's obviously one of the most important things that we could do here as traders. So good call there on AMD. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower now on that. The TQ still is what it is, but I'm gonna put an offer now. Sorry, I don't even have a stop. 65.11. We're just going to get stopped out of it all. If it breaks the 200 period moving average, let's just get out of it. We're already dancing here with AMD, and you know, if this breaks 166, then we're out. So that's going to be coming out probably pretty soon. So let's just make sure that we pay attention and watch that trade. So that's going to be something that's going to come out automatically hands off. So we do have to take some bids every time it comes back down. Because again, 17-cent hit. If we're able to take 17 cents, we should definitely get out of at least a third of it if that does come through. So that's there. The one stock I wanted to get into on my own account, to be honest with you, because all I ever hear is great things about Kava. And what? Like,
oh, you want to fail today? Here.
I feel like we found lots of them.
No, this is. If I said something else was the missed opportunity today, then I misspoke. Nothing was better than the SSR bounce on Kava.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm glad we just looked at that right now. Look at this move.
Like right into 74. Remember, like, okay, 74, dip by. And I wasn't paying attention to it nearly enough. We have 4 screens. Someone asked earlier, how do you look at so many stocks? We have like 4 screens and all kinds of charts. I have a cold board and all that good stuff. We set alerts. We have all that stuff. But it comes down here, tags SSR 10% down, and then look at the bounce after that. Like you know what? This is the single best SSR bounce I've ever seen. And maybe there's something better, but that as clean as this is and where you could have got in, like you could have been long at 74, you could have been long a 75 break, you could have gotten long this little dip in here, like long 75.5 with a 75 stop. You could have been long on a break of this consolidation over VWAP. You could have been long breaking out a consolidation over the opening range, dipping back into the pre-market highs. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, there's so many places that you could have been long on Kava, and I just flat out didn't even have it up. It was on our watch list today. Sean and Adara covered it in the aftermarket show. Not like they were all. How many earnings were there aftermarket last night? One name worth watching. There's a couple this morning, obviously, but this was the one. This is the one that you were at least prepped for going into the overnight. Like when I'm on the train this morning, like, it's the only one to be looking at. So I'm slapping the fail on myself for it. I'm out of FFIE, so you can see no more positions. I'm done trading this for today, but mark my words, if I see 25 cents tomorrow, then I'm looking for a long on FFIE based on those levels. When this whole mess started with Faraday futures. Yeah, so many of you will know that we are probably, and not probably, we are out
of this AMD. Just a little bigger of a break there through 166. It went like 2 pennies, not enough to get out, but it feels like it's going to run there. We said we've seen this before, where AMD just gets going and going and going, and it doesn't stop. We actually experienced a bad experience right there on that one. All right, so we are bidding a little bit now to get something out of this name if we can. Back in the 80s a little bit, we'll get some out there, and then hopefully a dip down, but breaking too much more than that, we are out. There was a report that one of the major shareholders of Tesla, and I missed who it was going to vote against the pay package. So it doesn't, I don't think that matters.
It was Sharif.
Like, can't we just, yeah, it was Sharif. That was a good one. Sharif's still complaining that he can't get into the Cybertruck.
I mean, you own shares. You have an issue with the package?
Yeah, but I'm not one of the largest shareholders.
No, I'm just on.
Yeah, I have an issue with it. I don't know. I think it's a lot, but I think he's deserving of it. I would pay it to him anyways.
I'm a rule of law person.
Yeah, I'm
That's
fine.
What gets me.
Yeah, I'm fine. Like, I'm fine him getting paid.
You got a contract.
AMD just broke higher, so
you
we'll
made a deal
fail.
that both sides deemed fair at the time, then you adhere to that deal. Like, I don't know, like maybe I was raised that way, like, you know, West Indians are old fashioned, my parents are West Indian. I just feel like you made a deal, the terms at the time, you had to hit some ridiculous targets in terms of share value, they got met, and now you want to turn around. Anyways.
I mean, it's integrity, right?
Yeah, but
you make a deal.
Like, I get it, obviously it's better if they don't have to pay. I mean, the company saves money. Like, as a shareholder, why wouldn't you want that? But whatever, deal's a deal. ASTS is breaking out. 27% short float is AST Space Mobile. I know the name of the company. I don't know anything else about them. They've already reported this earnings season up 60%. It is a runner. It is breaking highs on decent enough volume. It's going to probably approach 100 million shares. I always prefer buying dips instead of taking breaks. So with only 30 minutes to go in the day, if this can pull back in and give me like 830s, I want to take a shot at this. This is actually moving, good volume for sure. Chirag Sharma, have I ever watched cricket per chance? Are you kidding me? My dad is a huge cricket fan. One of the things I told him when I was a kid is if the World Cup ever went to the West Indies, we'd go together, which we did do, which was fantastic. I saw Sachin Tendulkar play in Toronto when he was 19 years old. And I remember seeing him. He was man of the match. I'm like, he's going to be the best in the world. And if you don't know cricket, basically that kid is like he was like the LeBron. He was like a wonder child, an Indian player, unbelievably talented. But I love cricket. It's a great sport. I play baseball because I'm North American, so that's my sport that I play. But if I was born in the West Indies, I'd have been a cricket player for sure.
Yeah, cricket's I've never been able to watch it, but
you gotta watch the new one.
Yeah, I know.
It's
yeah, I like cricket. I mean, but I used to curl, so there you go, and coach curling as well. But
I still want to.
Now I just coach baseball.
I still want to go curling one time.
Yeah, curling would be
but I
great.
have no idea how to do anything.
No,
I'm not even I'm not 100%.
I don't think
on the
you
rule.
can curl, actually. By the way.
Why?
Because you have too many physical problems.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm serious. You won't be able to slide. It's big. It's for stretching your hip or whatever.
But as long as I don't have sciatica in that day.
What? Okay. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I feel like it might be a problem. I don't
Enough beer and I'll be fine. No, that's actually not a good thing. You don't want to dull the pain.
Up to you. But anyways, yeah. So we got a new position in right now. Going to be Rivian. It's gone for a little bit of a jaunt into pre-market levels. So if we break 40, we'll get out of it. That's where we closed yesterday, still down 1%. Market just made a move up. We did get stopped out of AMD, and you know, we said we get stopped out at 75% of it. We'll see what happens now. It did go high. It only got as high as like 07, 08. That was our stop, was breaking 05. So we got an 06 print, but that seems to have been the high. So now we'll wait to see. We always talk about this. Sometimes you get stopped out in and around the high of that. So we'll have to watch for that. Palantir here, just real quick. We did like this name down there at 20 bucks. It was on the sticky note today, but we didn't really
Unity popped.
Trade this. Yeah, I just heard something about Unity, but I just wanted to look at Palantir. What was the low of Palantir today? So just off the jump, it didn't do anything. So it got down as low as $20.60. That was not exciting enough for me. So I'm still down on the day, but Palantir making a move up to high of day. What time is it? 3:30? Maybe a break might be able to go. We're still net short things here, though. We did get out of the TQs. Wow, see? This is what I mean. You save yourself. Like we got out at 10, now it's at 25. So nice save there on the triple Qs. But we made a little bit
back at the highs.
Yeah, we're right back at the highs right now. So Rivian's starting to go now again.
Broke VWAP, right? Like that's the thing. Like you can trend down and you hold the trend, but like whatever breaking the trend means to you, it could be a major moving average, it could be a trend line, it could be a number. The key price level, just as long as you get out when it happens. There was a big volume spike on Unity just now, and I was in and out for a 6-cent hit. Thankfully, we talk about this all the time, but stop orders are not bad. They really aren't. Because I had
supposed to have stuff.
No, I had an order in, but I had it protected by a stop. So I wanted to short at 18.4. Come to the chart for a second, Ram, or Ramin. That's my one Ram.
I don't count anymore.
Once a day. I only do it once a day.
All right.
But I had the offer here, and I'm going to stop out if it broke there. So what you can do at real trading, depending on the stop order that you use, is you can have it in place to get out and cover 100% of your position before I'm even in. So I know if I get that fill, I am covered with my out. So in that particular case, it probably saved me a couple of extra cents because it spiked like 3 or 4 cents higher. Well, I'll take it. ASTS did a little bit of a dip. Back in, held 40s, so it doesn't dip into 20s, it dips into 40, and then right back into the 50s. I grabbed 59s on the way back up. I actually went to bid 60s and got 59s, and I'll give it to the local top, which is kind of a quadruple top at $8.40. So ASTS making a power move to the upside. Only small cap name that is taking out highs and taking names. Although I just saw Darwin say Robinhood 21. I totally forgot about Robinhood this afternoon.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so no matter what happens with ASTS, Robinhood, double bottom, higher low, higher low, higher low, and breaking out. And we liked Robinhood today. Now, granted, I did have one trade on Robinhood. It was a VWAP bounce. All it was a scalp from 2060 to 2090. That's all we got out of it today. But a double bottom, and we didn't get it. Good look on Robinhood. I'm glad someone's trading it. It wasn't earnings. It was not earnings for Robinhood. It was just a buyback.
Right. See ya. So again, like we were just a little off on that AMD punching out at 166. This happens. It's better to be like in a zone than like a zone for a stop than maybe that stop exactly. So that does happen to us. And like I said, whoa, wow. Okay. At least we did get. But I mean, at the end of the day, it still is not making the same move that we'd want it to. I like it to go even lower than this, but just right back into VWAP again. Like it's frustrating. Like we sometimes have those outs, man, but brought back in now to the downside. So that's a decent one right there. Rivian's not really moving around, but that AMD is just, we wish we didn't get stopped out at the top there, and that is a tough one to get back into. There's no doubt about it. But there was the stop. That's why I pieced these things out. But again, the 200 period did hold eventually. It just stopped us out. And we talked about getting stopped out at 75%, then we punched back in. So we still would have made money on this because we'd still have a quarter, but we have more than that because we did punch back in. So on that note, let's put a bid at 61 as people join us and stack it, but we get out anyways there at 61. Rivian, we talked about this. This might be the sleeping trade here where not much happening. I don't know if we just went down to 30 or not. Maybe I should just put a bid there to get this fill, but it's not. I'm only short this name. We got that Tesla news. I kind of went over to Rivian. It was back to sort of where we opened. It was red on the day versus a red market, but this moved down and nothing happening, not making me very confident here for Rivian. So we'll wait for that one. Get out if it breaks 40, not averaging back until 38. Probably a bad take there by looking for it. 67.6. Okay, every time I look at Ethereum, it's like 38 or 37.
By the way, Dell's going.
Dell is going?
So just two things.
Doesn't Dell report this week or was that last?
Dell is tomorrow after the bell.
Okay.
Tomorrow is Dell and Costco. So if you think, like that's a big earnings day with those two stocks. I did just take a couple of legs out of ASTS. My stop is now moved up to just below 860, which will be essentially break even on this. So stair step to the upside. Next step would be $9. I feel like Dell just made a bit of a topping tail candle. And I was considering, hey, is that a short? As I was thinking against that, it was right back to the high of the day. So look at that. What usually you would describe this as a kind of like a rejection candle, a reversal candle, whatever name you want to give it. It doesn't really matter. The whole point is that you're rejecting a break of the high and coming back under. Maybe it's double topped in here, but it came right back into that high. So I'm not going to fight that sucker. NFFIE apparently got out too early. Maybe it wants 25 cents today, because this is, like, it does this bounce, which gets me out, and now look at it. It's in complete free fall, Faraday futures. I don't think it gets to 25 cents, but on the off chance that it does, that's where I think it's a reasonable speculation buy, just because on the daily, this is 25 cents back in March. It's where it closed on the first day of squeeze, 24 cents technically, but if we see that, I guess there's a chance that could happen earlier than we thought. The stock down 60%. What goes up must come down. These are all fun and games on the way up. Just understand, at some point, the rug usually gets pulled. And as long as you've gotten your profit, play with house money. If you're swing trading it, I think that's all fine, but I've been on the other end of that too, where I've bag held stuff as well, and it's not a fun feeling.
So expected move for CRM tonight at 4 o'clock is 6%. We actually have Okta. We missed that one. That's expected move 11.8%. C3AI expected move 13% here. Here's C3AI. That's probably the big one that most people have. I mean, most people have CRM, but maybe you're swinging AI.
I got a dollar says almost nobody owns that in our chat. C3AI?
No one owns it?
Like owns the stock?
Yeah. Some people in the chat own it, man, for sure. Just own it. Like, I'm not sure they're waiting for earnings or not, but it's probably in their account. Yeah. Put a 1 up in the chat if you own C3AI. I think people would. UiPath expected move 13%, already down 2% right now.
That's tonight.
Yeah. HPQ, UiPath is at 410. HPQ at 415, so another big name here coming through tonight. So we got a bunch of them, and then we have trader Tammy coming through.
Kathy Wood just bought 330,000 shares of UiPath yesterday, going into earnings. Okay, okay, Aunt Kathy.
Kathy, you can phone in the recap show, okay? If I have time, you come on. Keep telling her that.
Rance, what's the short flow?
There it is. Look how many people own this. 11111. Yeah. A lot of people own this name. C3AI. I think the short float is. I think it was 17%. Hold on a second.
No,
you think it's 30
more.
something? Let me see.
Said,
yeah, 32. Yeah, you're right. 32%. Oh, maybe it was you. Maybe it was UiPath that was a little bit lower.
I want it to go up. It's more fun if it squeezes. Let's be real.
Yeah, of course.
It's way more fun if it squeezes. Let's get.
Of course. I mean, we saw CHWY. I mean, who even cares about that name until today? And then now CHWY's up that 27% and starting to go. This is another beat up name, right? I mean, look at this. Horrible. Left for dead, literally. Shouldn't say that, but nice move to the upside. $22, looking to break 24. Good earnings plus the buyback. I mean, yeah. CHWY winning again, it looks like.
Yeah, I'd be all for it. So UiPath at 330,000. Shoot, I went to C3AI. Whatever. Path is going to be another one. I thought there's more earnings than I think I realized. So I'm happy for it. It just means more catalyst. I know tomorrow's going to be a big one. Everyone likes Costco and loves them. But when you get these, it's not that big of a tradable name, Costco. But C3AI is going to be tradable. UiPath is going to be tradable. CRM.
Costco.
Maybe. Dell, by the way, just very quickly on Dell. I'm moving my trail in ASTS into the 3/4 mark. Is that starting to pull back? Remember when I was like, oh, that's a rejection candle. Maybe I should short Dell because that looks like it should be a good short. So glad sometimes you stop yourself from doing something stupid, which would be standing in front of the moving freight train that is Dell. That was actually a buying opportunity, and now it's $1.50 higher. So maybe the smartest move ever was not shorting Dell at any point.
Oh, yeah.
165 at the open, 177 right here. Kava's, like, I still say Kava's the better move today, but I think you're splitting hairs, only because Kava was down. Remember, Kava was down on earnings. That's why I'm saying it's much more impressive, because they trapped the living you-know-what out of shorts underneath the aftermarket lows, and then trap shorts at every single level, and a $15 move to the upside on a $90 stock is just super impressive for Kava. This could go squeezing the next couple of days. Never had it, but I hear good things.
Yeah, what's happening right now is you do get that upside. Oops, sorry, we're on Apple there. I meant to click on AMD. So there it goes, man. Breaking through 166, done. I feel like this could go on a run now into the close. So being very, very cautious here with what exactly is happening with AMD. I almost think we should flip around to the long or leave it alone. We talked about the market. We got out of the market. That was a good trade to exit that one. As we just just floating around. I mean, we said, remember when VWAP in the 50 period, we're kind of like doing this, and we talked about that there, and we got out of the TQQs. We probably should have just punched long onto those. But for right now, just getting exhausted, honestly. The market, I don't know if it wants to do anything in this range. Why do we need to put on more trades? We don't. So we'll take out of AMD and then not get back into it because I don't want to just keep on piling on here. If it doesn't want to do it, it doesn't want to do it. There's the change up in the market, move up to the upside and then fade. I feel like that would have been, this is a decent position to get into if we wanted to. The futures short around 40, so if we get a little bit of a bump up into the NASDAQ, maybe 27s or 30s for that close. But with the imbalance just minutes away now, 11 minutes away at 350, might not be worth getting into anything like digging into it. But it's not the end of the world. We're still in Rivian. I mean, this one could move. I doubt it. Maybe we get a sell imbalance. And then let me just check out what got me into Rivian was thinking about Tesla. As this one goes, ooh, right back up to the day's high as well for Tesla, 178. Wow, good little level there as Elon's touring everybody around the plants apparently, trying to get some little bit of vote changes there. But nice move to the upside there for Tesla, 178. Comes right in again, so that's probably a decent short. But with those imbalances coming through, just do you want to take it? I mean, I could take it.
So I want to answer, someone just
15
asked.
cents of risk?
I just got trailed out of, I'll show you guys ASTS in a second where I got trailed out. But there was a question just now, why is Dell going parabolic? There's no specific answer other than strong stock trending up, breaking out. And I would wager it just trapped some shorts, so there's strong stock trending up on the day. It broke out here. I think it trapped some shorts at 176.5, but that's just a guess on my part because I was very close to punching short. I'm like, oh, this could fall back into 174. That's $2. That's 70 cents worth of risk because I would have stopped out right there and shorted it right here. So I would have risked 70 cents and just lost the 70 cents 100% on Dell. So I don't know the exact reason. ASTS did just come out. I said I was going to move the trail up, and it just bounced off 75. Might make a $9 break. There's still some time in the day before the imbalances come out for it to make a break of $9. Let's go with Era.
Is just to answer any questions on Dell, I'm not seeing anything new on Dell. We did get a price target increase from B of A from 130 to 180 this morning. But even what I'm seeing some sources saying B of A Security, some B of A Global Research. Either way, Dell getting this Bank of America price target increase this morning, but nothing since then, guys.
All right, Dell. HPQ coming later on, so again, another computer maker. We have to watch out for a name like Intel, where, by the way, I just talked myself into doing it, and whether or not, I don't think this is going to be a monster trade, but we'll short Tesla a couple shares here, right now, 83s. So we're going to give it to 178. I just did to myself 17 cents. It's already been here. If the market does fade out a little bit here, no real reason. This is just more looking at something. There's 178. That really top is 178.16. I guess you could give it up to there if you really did want to. I just feel like if we take it out, we take it out. Maybe there's a chance the market gives back a little bit here, but it doesn't look like Tesla's in a giving mood. It doesn't want to give back anything. The market is coming back in. We just shorted Tesla a couple minutes ago, and as you could see, doing things differently here. The futures are what's going down. Tesla seems to be holding out. Doesn't want to take out the bids. So, you know, unless we get a change of pace here, Tesla probably goes back to those highs. As I said, market going down, Tesla doing this. Okay, well now, okay, well 72. Okay, well now we're starting to go a little bit. 83, so I'm already bidding, right? I'm bidding 54s. That's not the right ratio. We got to bid a little bit lower than that, higher than that, sorry. 65 gives us that. Okay, so if we get filled at 65, then that will be that 17, 18 cents. We'll go 1-to-1 on a piece of it. Here it comes, pulling back in. Give me that 65, man. Don't tell me we could have just waited at 67s. Come back in, give us that fill. So far, so good on this one. But it's worth the shot there. We take it. We're also trying to get filled on Rivian. The last we saw was 30s on that one, so we are bidding 30s. Hopefully, we'll get a fill there. But let's see if we could just cap this off with a couple fills on Tesla back into the downside. It's working out a little bit here, but not absolutely great, as I think Tesla has a bid on it.
Yeah, speaking of bids, I did take the ASTS break. Got two pretty quickly, immediately came right back underneath. You're up against the clock here. It's like 3:43, so we do have not that much time left. If it gets back above there, I may take another shot at it with another tight stop. But this is the one that's running this afternoon. Although I've got my eyeballs now on FFIE. Oh, there was a big volume bounce here off of 40 cents even. So I like 25 as a level, but that's a huge volume candle downside. Then you have a bit of a reversal. I'm gonna try to get in off this 40 level. I just wanna make sure I have a stop underneath because, as I said, I never wanna get into this stock without some kind of stop. It's downward trending, but I wanna see if I can get some 42s in here and then play off of this bottom. So I just got halves, 42 half. If it breaks 40 cents, I'm out, but that was a big volume reversal. I got tricked by scalping out, not scalping out, but trailing out of this at 55 of the short that we had, and it was an immediate reversal, but I think that's an easy out. Like, you could have actually gotten back into the short, so there's your bounce at 53. You could have got back in when it breaks. So I'm thinking similar, only if it bounces here, we have the long back into 50. If it breaks 40, that is an easy, easy out. So ASTS, I feel like it's done. Yeah, that 9 break just didn't really go. So we had the long in a consolidation. We tried the breakout play, got right out when it broke back underneath, and I do not want to fight a stock like this. Kevin Mendoza says your stock portfolio is not looking good. Yeah, they're probably not. I just saw a question, is UiPath a buy or not? I don't know. Kathy Wood seems to think that Path is a buy. But I just want to be active on these earnings names tomorrow if they set up well. Because I'll tell you, on a day like today, no executions on Abercrombie. Maybe there wasn't anything there. No executions on CHWY. I did want CHWY in a long. I just couldn't find one that set up for me. So unfortunately, no trades. I could have maybe got in there early. And then the other one that I 100% should have had is Kava. Like, I knew I wanted Kava for an SSR bounce. Whether it's shorts from here, who cares? But it was a perfect bottom. I'm probably scalping it, most of it out for this first couple of dollars into VWAP. Maybe hold a piece for the dream. Just set up so perfectly. So UiPath, if there's a trade to be had, I want to be on it because the earnings names were fantastic today. You heard Sean say find easy trades. Well, most of the easy trades that were there that I think I didn't have today were going to be on those earnings names that we ignored. Path is down 2% today. It's trending down. The easy answer would be just look for shorts, but I don't know what the earnings are going to be. Maybe it comes out with a great quarter and we're looking at a breakout through 20. I have no idea. You just got to trade what is out in front of you. At the end of the day, I got pretty close to flat after a down morning. Not quite there just yet, but we're trying to keep it relatively tight to the vest. But just trade the names in play, trade the good levels. Just because I don't normally trade UiPath doesn't mean that's not where we should be looking tomorrow. And that goes for any of the earnings names. C3AI I put in the same bucket as well. I'm just going to double check back in on Dell. We know that one's still going somewhat parabolic. Maybe a top just got made on Dell. But the last time I said that on Dell, you guys know what happened. Stock just continued to go higher. But it just pulled back about $0.50 here as Dell's trying to calm itself down. 3 minutes till the imbalances. I just realized we didn't show you guys the early look. Early names, Ford's a sell of $4 million. Sorry, buy of $4 million. That's about it. NYCB, no one really cares about that. And none of the big names have early look imbalances. Ford's the only one of note with a $4 million early buy. That's enough to get me to have a look at Ford. Ford's still getting crushed. Remember what we said about Ford and the 1180 level? Chart for a second, Ramin. Probably should have been, even if you're just scalping it. Ford breaks 1180, Ford's down 1% today. Ford just trended down the entirety of the day. So bad stock continues to stay bad. FFIE might have just wicked, but I was only giving it 2 cents anyways. I wanted to get 42s to 40 for a shot at the bottom, but I'm not fighting the stock. Either it bounces where I want it to, or we wait for tomorrow. And I think the big level is 25 cents.
Just drop down some money there. What did we say about Tesla? So we said we're taking this trade because it was 17 cents worth of risk. Right? We broke that down to everybody. We talked about that. Well, right now, Tesla's 70 cents in the money, 7-0. So this is why we take it. It's stacking. It's the end of the day. Bang. All right, that's Tesla. We talked about it. We like the trade. There's the trade. Put on, I mean, Adair talks about this, and traders stay late, so stay with Adair and I. But look, we talk about this all the time. Be confident in the trades that you have. Like, Look at this Rivian trade. All of a sudden, it's at the end of the day. Let's go.
Another one.
AMD,
Another one.
Tesla,
Another one.
Rivian. I mean, it just, this is just, here it is. 33 short, 26s. I mean, it's coming in. You take the damn trade. You know, it's, so many analogies. You could use as many as you want. But if you're here to trade and you see something, you take it. So on Tesla, let's take another out. We're almost out of it now. We only have 20% left. So 5 outs on the way down. Again, first out 1 to 1, second out at 50, third out at 30, where the 50 period is, and fourth out right now. So 20, 40, 60, 80, boom. So this is why, again, we don't discuss share size, but does it matter? I mean, I'm putting these trades on right in front of your face. Hopefully you're able to take them with me. If not, that's cool. And if you want to use 50 shares here, cool. 100 shares, 5 shares, anything like that. If you are with real trading, of course, the minimum lot is 10 shares. So, and then you can't get out, like we can't trade 1 share lots or anything like that. The minimum is 10 shares. So, you know, no matter what you're doing, now you can understand how I'm scalping it out. This is why I give that mad respect to somebody like that Mr. Long Shorts, who was talking my language. All right, here we go, man. The imbalances are now out.
Qualcomm
So
was a big sell.
Qualcomm, yeah, Qualcomm, yeah, a big sell there. Ford is there for a buy. What? Ford, $4 million to buy. Okay. Ford can go directly to hell and don't stop. Google with a sell there as well. So there are some, you know, sell situations here.
Looks like it's probably a big sell. Looks like. I mean.
Yeah, so just quickly on Rivian, because if this one's not going to, we still have more bids on Rivian, including 25 bid, but we can just, you know, sort of start taking some out now, 26s, and then just move on. So Tesla now 75 cents in the money. It doesn't look like the imbalances really affected that one. But here we go, man. It doesn't take much to go right in the pocket. There's Tesla, and it's a good trade. We don't take anything until the end of the day. It's Tesla, a good short there to end with, $1 in the money.
And you know what? It's a double top on Tesla as well. If you pull back the chart, go to Sean's chart for a second. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's a double top, that 178. So
was it all the way up there? Okay.
The entire 178 was high yesterday as well as that tank. Qualcomm was a big sell. I've seen a slight move to the downside, but that went like 40, 50 cents, $200 stock on QCOM. So not a huge reaction, but it is the biggest. Google was also a sell imbalance. We'll keep tracks on both of those names. QCOM, I'd say the most significant one, that 1.1 million. Dell's still making some moves. I was interested to see if Dell could have been some kind of an imbalance for a pullback trade, but it looks like it already made a bit of a top there on Dell. Pulling back nicely off 179, but still up 7%. ASTS, I said I would take it if it was before a little bit closer to the, or not too close to the end. I didn't grab it again right at 350 when the imbalances were coming out, but ASTS is still making move. Probably should keep an eye on this one tomorrow. This is not your average low float, smaller runner where it's like a stock that's dying and getting a bid. Like this is already broken out multiple times, 250, again at 6. It's now out in the ether, ASTS. So a much better looking chart than your average squeeze or low float name.
Better than your average. Yeah, there it is right now.
There.
Look, man, we haven't hit this too much today, but there it is. If you're looking for it, there's $1. And it is on our friend Tesla. So there it goes right there for Tesla. We have both short Tesla and Rivian into the close as we start to go down. And there it is. It's a nice move in now. Multiple dollars, not multiple dollars, just hit $1 and continuously going lower here. Still have some on. So far, so good there into end of the day. Nice move down Rivian. We just got some more 26s there. It doesn't look super exciting. I'll be the first one to admit it, but we are getting more and more out. So again, Tesla, Rivian, just trying to add some cherries onto the top here today. Nvidia, nice tank at the end of the day for sure. AMD, what are we supposed to do, man? And we've been talking about that short. Unfortunately, we had to dump and get rid of that one as it's going the other way right now. So, yeah.
Disney 100 tomorrow?
Didn't it already break that, or?
Well, actually, it did. So Disney bounced off 100 last week.
Okay.
125 cents. And shout out to Kip Perlson in the chat.
Yo, what's up, Kip?
Well, you know, you want stocks to go up, but mentioning that Disney's in play, still stair-stepping down after its report. It just broke 101 and is continuing to flush. Big volume candle. I just checked. I didn't see an imbalance on it, but it's possible there was like a small imbalance that caused it to break that low, but it didn't break 100 last week. Maybe we get 100 Disney tomorrow. I'm going to put that on the alert list. It's not an absolute lock. You could gap underneath 100. You could gap up and not be trading at 100, but Disney at $100, it was a breakout through that price earlier in the year, and it's already bounced here once, so that's worth looking at. I'm just going to put that one on my list. You always want to be ready. Like, not a stock I trade every single day or even look at every single day, but I'm going to get a look at that one. What happened on PDD there?
Yeah, something about Temu. They're investigating some Temu action right now.
That's the entire reason the stock is up.
I just pushed short there. I don't know. Again, like this is another name here. Here we go, straight up to the upside. We just dumped off 151. If we get out at 151, fine. I think this is worth the shot here. There's not too much time left on this name, so we'll wait to see if Temu and PDD has any good
so the story,
into it right now. Rivian,
U.S. escalates crackdown on trade rule behind Shein and Temu. Yeah. Remember that IPO? Yeah, whatever happened with that IPO, which is probably not happening ever.
Maybe that's what they're looking at. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they were supposed to IPO Shein like what? Like
here we go. We'll
a couple months ago. So
there we go. We're out.
These should be in play tomorrow. Like PDD, this is the reason the stock's been like such a hammer to the upside. But yeah, escalating crackdown on a trade rule there for the Temu app, which has, I guess, been successful.
Yeah. Okay. We'll. All right, now it's starting to. So I just got stopped out at 151, but obviously we
151.30.
Yeah, we were in way too early there. We're not putting in a lot of risk here at the end of the day. Like we can't be like celebrating. Oh my God, we just did well on blah blah blah, and then we just gave it all back on PDD. Not having, yeah, me too. Not having any idea what we're doing. So that's a story, and this is what happens. We did punch the bottom there. We're just putting out some shares, and it's not going to look good, but it's, trust me when I tell you, it's. Definitely. I mean, here we go. Like, what is going on? Why is this still up here? I really feel like I want to short this more now, but we just got hit on it.
Dump in the aftermarket or gap down or something.
Because we always hear our stories sometimes a bit early, and then they got to get confirmed and all that, right? So I don't know how much time is left.
Duo. Just to give you an idea of why I like the short on the stock. On the daily chart, it just rejected a monster break on the daily.
Tesla's tanked.
Like this is 153. Like it's just rejecting this break. So I think it's. Like, it's a short on the higher time frame as well. I'm going to give it one more chance. We only have 4 minutes to go. I'm still only giving it to 151, like that 30 level. So a little bit out in front of that. But I like
151.
I would have told you a rejection of that all-time high is like technically a short anyways. But that's VWAP in here. I got stopped out on VWAP and then just jumped right back in. So either it holds under VWAP and we get a chance to get back into the lows. This will be the last trade of the day for me. Obviously, it's 357.
Right, this is a 10-to-1 trade on Tesla, by the way.
Let's see what's up there.
Yeah, like this trade on Tesla is 10-to-1 right now. We talked about 17 cents worth of risk. I mean, so to be holding 20% back, I mean, this is exactly what we're supposed to be doing. So let's get out if it breaks. Oh, I got to cancel my other order. 178 break to get out. Crazy. All right, 176.51. We'll just get out of the rest of them. Big time trade here on Tesla. I mean, wow. What else? Honestly, top to bottom, let's go. Like this is, I was not stink face on that one, man. Tesla all the way down. And I mean, look what just happened to Rivian. We just put these stocks on and they're instantly going like P&Ls. Like, look at Rivian, look at this short, 1035 down to 1021. That might be the best move all day and we got it. Right there, Tesla, this move, we have this move. You know, like that's pretty crazy. And the thing about it is we discussed this live. And I was like, yeah, I don't know if we want to take it. I don't know if we want to take it. Obviously, instinct's not the greatest on that, but we still put it on. And then right back into VWAP. So nice move down. We're going to give this to 176.50 and then eventually get out of that. So if we have to, we'll get out of it. There's only 2 minutes left. We'll run back over there. Everything's all set up and good to go for me there. So we'll go over to the board. But right now we're waiting for Temu and PDD to settle itself down here into the close. Looks like we're not going to have any wins on this stock. Was holding it back to see if we did get some downside push. It looks like the best we would have gotten out was 70s there, which would have only been 30 cents. So we're waiting for more than that. But at the end of the day, that might be all that there is.
Yeah, with only 90 seconds to go, there was a size at 151.10 on that, so that's where I moved my stop. Otherwise, we're punching it out at the end of the day. It did fill 73s, but really, I'd say this is like a drop in the bucket. It would seem like really bad news, but as Sean mentioned, it could be a tomorrow thing. You know, it could gap down. Maybe it just has to. Maybe it'll trade overnight and be down like 5% overnight. So we'll have this one on radar tomorrow, overnight for sure. Maybe it makes a move. I think that's obviously bad news for them, and it just rejected a big level on the daily chart as well. But we're going to have to punch out of this one. If it breaks 151.10, I'm out automatically, but we have less than 1 minute to go. So there it is. There was size on the offer at 151.10. It just broke it, so I jumped out. But this will be on the radar tomorrow. I don't care. That seems like bad news to me, and it's a rejection of that high. There are some earnings aftermarket, as we talked about, and there's some squeezable names in there. You know, with UiPath, I think the big one would be C3AI, which I just said dump it, but I'm kind of hoping that stock somehow has a good quarter, because 33% short float, we all know what we want to happen, and we want to see a squeeze. That's a heck of a lot more fun. Look at ASTS. You know, look at what happened with Kava. Much more fun when that's the case. Get the camera off me. Let's get it on Adara. Going into the close on hump day as the market is still tanking in 3, 2, and 1. Ring that bell, Adara. Brought to you by True Trading Group. Supercharge your trading. Good friends of the show. We love Mike. He was fantastic yesterday. By the way, Moderna got smoked again today. Only because I know he was in that and he got out of it. Obviously a good thing because Moderna is going to close.
I just want to, before I go, look at this, guys. We just got 70. I mean, you want to talk about real trading? This is 178 short at 340. We just got out at 176. We just put $2 on the board. Neil, man, wrap up the show. The trading is now done, but traders stay late. Hopefully you guys saw that damage on the board there. We'll be back in just a couple seconds. Give me a second to go over there because there ain't no rest for this wicked. We'll see you in 1 minute.
And wicked it's going to be. Maybe somebody fat finger. I don't think C3AI is actually out yet, but somebody might have just triggered at the close. Big volume spike is expected, but that did dump a little bit going into said close. The NASDAQ ended up down. We saw that down 0.7%. The ES, not too much better, down 0.76%. So markets down. Nvidia ends up actually close to that 11.5. So Nvidia does end up today. So good day for Nvidia. We got C3AI earnings. We've got UiPath as well going to be reporting. They should be some big ones. I just saw someone say damn, Okta. So I don't know if Okta's already out. Looks like it's already to the upside. It just bounced like $4 or $5 to the upside and then right back down. So Okta actually making some moves. Big shout out to Fabian and Ramin. Ooh, it's getting nasty for Okta. Down at 92. That's now down 5%. Okta and going lower as we speak. So you got earnings on the board tonight. I want to thank, of course, Sharif and Adara. Learn to trade. Great as always. We love them. Let's get onto the desk because Okta's already out and they are tanking. It's your market recap show at the desk with Sean and Adara. Go get them.
Stop. No, we will not stop. Welcome to the closing show. Hey, Adara, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you, Sean?
I mean, we all right. Yeah, good trade there to close. Unless you're Ramin, get out of here. All right, there we go. Nice little day.
I like the way you went it, baby. You're like, unless you're Ramin, do not.
Yeah. The only time me and because I put my mic on and then Ramin comes and fixes it, and I feel all special like. But Fabian and I and Brendan, they're working on the podcast, so get ready for that. Make sure you go find Freedom and Wealth podcast, and thank you for all the nice talk. I'm just logging into my system here as we go, but the triple Qs today, nice little move. Do we have some earnings? So right now, get ready for some earnings, man. Here we go. We got CRM. We've got lots of stuff popping off. There it goes. Wow, let's have a little bit of a fail there on Salesforce. Yo, Mark Benioff, what's good, my guy? This move is all the way down to the downside right here as my system's loading up. So we'll put that CRM right now down to 245, down 9%. What were we looking for? 8% move, I believe, 6 to 8% move on CRM.
Here are
The
the
numbers,
numbers.
yeah, that we were looking for was 238, revenue of 9.14. Adara, what up?
I mean, revenue, we got 9.13 billion
Okay, so
versus
light.
that estimate. So that came in a little bit lower than expected here for Q1 revenue. For Q2 revenue, they're seeing 9.2 to 9.25 billion. The estimate there for that guidance was 9.35 billion. So that is weak. They see Q2 revenue 9.2 to 9.25 billion. Analysts were looking for 9.35.
Yeah, down
Not
she
good.
goes right there. Yeah, you're not, honestly, in this environment, you cannot guide down. I mean, they're EPS beats, right? We got an EPS beat there of 244 versus 238, but CRM still taking it downside right there for CRM. We can flip over to the daily chart. I mean, you're now below the 200 period moving average. This is a buy for me down here. We'll see if we make the mistake and leave it like we did on Kava. Okta is now out. So again, another name that we're going to pay attention to that, whoopsies. Are we getting now a little bit of some downside pushes in some of these names? Of course, Okta right now. What is the short float on Okta? Again, short float just 3% right now. Again, platform enterprises, another tech name starting to go to the downside here with Okta. We'll find out those numbers if you do have them.
Oh, I have them.
It's out right now. It looks like 65 cents beating 55. Sales looks to the beat as well, but it looks pretty flat to me right here, Okta. You seeing anything on
Your
that?
revenue is actually, so that is going to be a beat. Q1 revenue, $617 million versus $604.3 million expected. So that's actually a pretty nice Q1 revenue beat here. Not seeing anything else, just kind of seeing their guidance, but not seeing the comparison. Yeah, they're seeing Q2 54-cent earnings per share and revenue of $615.8 million. So that revenue would be lower than what they reported in the previous quarter, but I'm not, again, seeing comparison for that guidance, what
All right.
we were looking for.
Little love there. Guys, thank you for the love of the hat. People like the hat, Adair. You like the hat?
I like that.
Okay.
Go Jays. Go Jays.
Don't you love the hat?
I do love,
Okay,
sorry, I said love the hat.
Loves better than like.
I love the hat.
Yeah, just playing around. All right, CRM, nice move, still down to 245. You know what? I'm looking over here at this chart of ours here. Let me just zoom this out. Where's the green? What sector today? Give me a green sector. These guys are like, Burke? Yeah, okay, Ramin, I know you can see colors. That's great. Burke right here, 0.07 right now. The only thing that's up right now, we've got KWeb downside. We've got FXI, of course, with those Chinese names. We've got Past the Weed down 4% right now. Gold miners downside today. I mean, there is no love anywhere in the market. Neil talked about some nat gas. They're down 6% today. King Copper is down today.
We got C3AI.
We got AI. We wanted an upside move, and that's exactly what you got.
Oh, yeah, these are good
Looks like
numbers.
that's a nice little 10% move up right now for C3AI. That goes bang in the night. Boom in the night.
What goes bump in the night?
That's good bump. That's good. C3AI goes bump in the night. $27.
That's a nice look.
Yeah, with a nice little look there for C3AI. What does this name look like on the daily? We're going to have to talk about this. I don't know if Trader Tammy's going to be looking at C3AI, but this has some levels up here. $26, $27 for C3AI. What are those numbers looking like? Are they out yet?
Yeah, so I'm seeing Q4 revenue for their fiscal Q4 coming in 86.59 million versus the estimate of 84.4 million. So that is going to be a beat. Trying to see if there's any of these other metrics compared to estimates. I want to shout out Darwin here in the chat, dropping. Apparently there was a bit of an increase in some of these metrics. So nice look as well. I'm just trying to find this exact number here because on our end we don't always see the comparison to the estimates. But yeah, Q1 revenue, their outlook is 84 to 89 million. Given that they just posted 86 million, that'd be some quarterly growth if they do get that 84 to 89 million, or at least the higher end of that. So nice look there.
Okay, yeah, C3AI starting to go up to the upside. Look, we did have a move down today on AAL. I mean, they were pretty bad for the rest of the day. It's still down that 14%. AAL starting to go downside. We had the Jets ETF as well. Check out American there. Not a good little move down today into $11, $12. So that's starting to create some downside moves. We did have Okta, CRM, and AI, the big names that have reported already for us today. We saw J&J in trouble down at some not good levels down here for Johnson & Johnson on the daily chart. I said, why not just stay in XLV? If you like healthcare, I would feel safer right now in an ETF. I believe it's time to buy some XLV. And our guest coming through, we did have Tammy at the beginning of the year. Wow, I can't believe, like, it just seems like yesterday that we introduced Tammy.
Right? Yeah.
Fibonacci Princess. And I remember that it was talking a little bit about BMY. And look at this name. I don't know if she's in or out of that right now, but Bristol Myers getting taken to the shed right there. Downside move for Bristol Myers. We have like basically one green day in the last 15 days. Bristol Myers downside. Maybe we can find out more about that. But I think we talked to Tammy about this. A break there of that 48. Definitely downside. Fabian, what can I do for you, my friend? Me log into Zoom? I'll get to that in a minute. Okay, I don't need to. Look, me and Tammy, you know.
You guys got a back and forth, a report,
That
yeah.
back and forth, you know what I mean?
Got the
We're
report.
all good. We're all good, so be excited to have Tammy back on. Neil was with her last week, so I get the pleasure of doing that today. Trader Tammy coming in just a couple minutes. All right, so that was what was good here today. Let's just look quickly. Let's go back to Salesforce before we go, just to have a quick look to see what's going on. Whoa! Hello. Tammy, if you are paying attention in the green room right now, I'm not sure if she's there, but CRM, nice downside move into 235. I know there's going to be some levels of Salesforce that we're going to have to talk about because right now we are breaking well below the 200 period moving average. Salesforce broken right now, down 13%. Another friend of ours, Danielle Shea, she talks all the time, Adara, that when a move happens extended past the expectation, we do get some carry forward on the next day.
Yeah.
So Salesforce, we had it written down as a 6.6% expected move. Right now, you're ringing that register down 13%.
Oh my Lord.
C3AI, again, adjusted numbers coming through right now. Nice move to the upside there for C3AI as that's working out. So it looks like CRM downside, Okta flat, and AI up. So it looks like you'll kind of go, if you're looking for moves.
You got a
kinda
little bit of everything.
one. Yeah, you got C3AI. Nice move there as well, downside. But we have UiPath. We're waiting for that number. Oh, man. Hopefully Kathy does not phone us right now. I do not need to hear from Kathy Wood right now because UiPath is making a move to the downside. Look at this name. Down to 15.30. That is a 15% move. We'll slap a fail on on UiPath. Its expected move 13%. It's now down 18.
These numbers are.
Where's my water? I need to maybe throw it on my face here. We need a splash of reality as some of these stocks coming back down now, including UiPath. So I actually need to go get my water.
Yeah, I can give you those numbers.
Derek, give the numbers and I'll be right back in 1 sec.
So here's the path UiPath took on its earnings. Why not have a pun in the aftermarket show? Don't normally do it. We did get here a beat on Q1 revenue that's going to be $335 million versus the expectation of $333 million. So a bit of a beat there. Gross margin for Q1 of 83%. Q1 adjusted operating income, this is where one metric they lost on, $50 million versus the expectation of $53.7 million. And here's the other thing. UiPath reappointing Daniel Dines as its CEO, Rob Enslin set to step down as its CEO and the board member. So maybe Rob, some situations here with Rob, I do not know, but I'm going to have to look into this. Rob Enslin stepping down as CEO and board member, and they're going to reappoint Daniel Dines as the CEO. So that is what the path UiPath is taking right now. Q1 revenue beat, profit miss.
Yeah, not a great path.
Not a great path, though.
Just quickly here, Salesforce, what is their PE right now? So their forward PE is just 27, but their current PE is 64. So after a little bit of a haircut right now, we're going to see some downside moves, most likely there in Salesforce, as there's the move down in the PEs right here. So big market cap, 260 billion, but Salesforce and UiPath, wow. UiPath is now down like 30%.
Pardon? That's crazy, 30%.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Not bad.
Not
Adara, you
bad.
mentioned today that you had a pretty fun day trading.
I did.
What stock was that?
So it was a lot of Tesla. And it's nice too, because initially I did take a slight hit on my first Tesla trade. And I said this on the show too, I didn't plan it very much. I liked the level, and that level actually did end up holding up, but not the way I was trading it at the time I was trading it. I got out cleanly, it was fine, and then I just kind of kept finding levels from that. That was my only bad trade on the name. So I think what I learned from that is you can have levels you like, but don't immediately go in with they're untested. Also, I am a little bit disappointed in myself because I loved Lucy, pun intended, but I just didn't get the short. So if I had secured the shorts, that would have been okay, but I didn't, and you got to learn. I know you were involved in that AMD and those TQs.
Oh yeah, we had some great trades there. I mean, check out this trade at the end of the day. We will go over some of our trade reviews, but this Tesla trade that we actually threw down right there at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know, you've been preparing, but Tesla came all the way back to this 178 level right there, and there we shorted it at 178. And there's the cover. Yeah, chef's kiss on that one. All the way down to 176. That's a $2. Look at this move down on Tesla.
That's gorgeous.
Like, I mean, I didn't expect it, or we wouldn't have got out of 80% up here. But we started ringing it for $1. Then all of a sudden it became $2, and we let it ride all the way down there into the end of the day. So Tesla today, nice move coming back in. So, all right, let's just, we'll get Tammy in just a couple seconds. I just want to go over a couple names that just fell through. So let's do a quick little overview here of the overall market. So again, Ramin, she likes doing this. Get my mug off the screen right there, and we'll see what we can do right now as both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ gap down, of course, but then just traded flat, but still to the downside. We had some positive names with Nvidia, Netflix, and what was CRM. We know where that is right now. Big winners include Abercrombie and Fitch and CHWY, outsized rallies. We could probably find those in here somewhere, maybe not. But again, CHWY and Abercrombie and Fitch both 20+ percentage points to the upside. Lucy, ASTS continued the moves for some small cap names. Nvidia, of course, another great day after its earnings beat last week. And Tesla experienced a midday pop, of course, before that fade at the end that we just talked about. China definitely in trouble there. We did get a story. Look, AMD downside, Qualcomm downside, Texas Instruments, all the chip names definitely down despite what AMD was, what Nvidia was doing. And then right there at the end of the day, I actually had some bad trades, not horrible trades. Well, they're bad on PDD. We had that news come through that there was potentially, like this is me, by the way. I think we were actually short right there, or whatever that bottom was there.
Oh, nice.
No, short.
Oh, sorry. That's unfortunate.
Fail.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. But not much happened there. Whenever I hear investigations into Chinese company,
that sounds like gold.
Let's put it this way: I'm not going long.
No.
You know, so
No.
PDD, we'll find out about that tomorrow. Let me see what this stock looks like on a daily chart. So again, just off earnings. Look, if the house of cards is about to fall down, I would look to some of these Chinese names, man. PDD, well upside right there. Alibaba's already faded back out as well, down to the 200 period moving average. All right, just real quick, because we do have a bunch watching us. I want to thank everybody for doing that again. Over 3,000 watching right now. Just a quick look at what was reported, and then we'll get Tammy. CRM continues to fall, now down 14%. People asking in the chat, did I buy this dip? I'm on the show. No, but I will be buying it. We're going to find some levels from Tammy. We'll see if we can jive with that. C3AI, upside up 10%. That's a good one. Okta was flat, still is. UiPath, another big name. We talked about 31%, 30%, now 31%. And we just get breaking news right now as Hewlett-Packard is out. We'll get those reports as they come through. Doesn't look like it's moving that much. But this brings me right into our favorite segment. And it's Trader Talk. Let's go. Hi, Trader Tammy. How are you?
Hey, Sean, I'm great. How are you doing?
The Fibonacci princess is in the building. We hadn't connected in a couple weeks. How was Neil?
He was fantastic. He was a lot of fun, and we had a great time together.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he's not bad. He's a pretty good guy there. Me and him went to high school together. I'm glad you guys had a good one last week, and I saw the show, and it was well done. So, all right. I don't know if you were looking at Salesforce. I'm going to get right to brass tacks with you immediately on this one, and then we'll go over some ideas potentially that you may have as well. But that Salesforce, big miss. Down 13%. There's a lot of traders that own this name. It's an AI name, and it just continues to go to the downside. I mean, on my daily chart, we're well past the 200 period moving average and some of this support down at 250. We're starting to go lower. I mean, I don't know who else to talk to about levels. We've got the Fibonacci princess right here. What does CRM look like to you down at these levels? And I know sometimes you don't have after hours prints, but 233 is where we're at right now.
Yeah, okay. So I did have a chart on CRM, but I only had 500 bars, and that just means how far back am I going on the data. So right here, I did just pull up 1500 bars so that I could go a little bit further back to kind of look at some more of these swings
Right.
because you're going pretty, well, how low can you go, right? And it sounds like we're going pretty low. It looks like though, I mean, that's probably what I've already got on this chart. I've got some symmetry from this swing from this more recent high that's coming in around 237, but you're saying we're going even further down than that.
Yep.
So
We're
it's
232 now.
it's questionable.
Right. So when you see, Tammy, when you see a big move like this in a stock, and I sort of had thrown out Danielle Shea's name there as well because she trades the options market. And when we start to see extended moves like this, they tend to be good day trades for us the next couple days, but potentially here, recommending names for longer term positions, I always like to wait at least 3 days after an earnings play. Is there anything like that that potentially you look at before you maybe advise, stepping into a name that's really gotten hit like this? Do you let it settle down?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
I'm because what I'm looking at also is the intraday uphill battle.
right.
So, oh yeah, it looks great to buy. And then I'm like, well, now I'm going to go down to a 30-minute chart and see what the resistance looks like. And personally, I want to have some of the moving averages on the side of the bulls before I start getting interested. So what I'm looking for is maybe for, if it's below the 200 and below the 50, that maybe we get back above, that 200 moving day average and get through some of that closer resistance and then look for a buy on the pullback. And the reason why is because I don't want to buy something and run straight into resistance. My least favorite kind of trades are basically what's going on with Amazon right now, which is we're stuck so close between support and resistance that if you're not already in Amazon, I'm like, hey, find something else. So that's what's going to happen now, with Salesforce
Right.
is we're going to come down, find some support, and then we're going to have quite the uphill battle from all of this resistance that we've already had, on the way down. So all of this is going to act as resistance. And all these swings are going to act, as basically like a stop sign, potentially a stop sign. Sometimes you get going, moving fast enough and you blow right through resistance, right? But it's not something that I'm going to initially be interested in unless I can find defined risk. So if I have a cluster of support and I say, you know what, if it doesn't work, my stop is in and that's it. And that I heard you mention BMY earlier, and that trade was like that. My zone was around 49.50.
Yep.
And it kind of bounced around there for a while, and then it finally busted it, and I was out.
Right.
So that's the way I would see Salesforce for right now is just to, if you know what your risk is, that's fine. And tomorrow after the open, I will look at Salesforce. Because what's crazy to me is, back in the day, I used to have a sales job. This is between some of my teaching jobs, and I used to use Salesforce, and I loved it.
Right.
I'm not sure what's going on with it in the last
Yeah.
12, 15 years, but I used to love Salesforce personally.
I mean, there's been some more
So,
competition. There's HubSpot, maybe. I mean, I think that potentially years and years ago, it was just a standalone and everyone was using it, right? And then all of a sudden,
Yes.
competition comes in, and then now with AI, things are just so easy now, maybe. But we'll wait for that. You mentioned to me on an email today about Kava. Like, what a bounce back. Now, I'm hoping as a Salesforce shareholder that we can get a Kava-like rebound today in CRM. But, I mean, what a stock that is. Yesterday, we had Mike Edward on from TTG, and he was talking to me about how he loved Kava. We don't have them here in Canada, so I've never ate there, but he just said it's like the Mediterranean Chipotle. I don't know if you've been to a Kava. If so, what's your opinion on that?
I don't know, honestly. I don't know what it is. Kava Group. I don't have any idea what it is.
Oh, they're it's like fast food. It's like Mediterranean fast food. So
No, I live on a little tiny island off the coast of Georgia, so the most of our restaurants are local. But I have traveled recently to Middle Georgia, and I have not seen a kava yet.
Tammy, give me a dish. Give me one of your preferred dishes. Like what do you like? I like meatball subs.
What do I like to eat if I'm eating?
Yeah.
I
I mean, I know this is a trading show, but or what do you order at Starbucks?
I do not typically go to Starbucks, but my children love Starbucks. They love a cake pop in the pink drink.
That was,
Um,
I asked the
have
same
more
question to our
tasting.
guest yesterday, and it was cake pops.
Yeah, if I'm eating, usually I love sushi. I love fresh shrimp and fish, so
Oh,
I live in
yes.
the
Oh,
right place.
yes.
We eat Georgia Gulf shrimp, Georgia, not Gulf, of course, we're not on the Gulf. Georgia shrimp are some of the biggest, sweetest shrimp you've ever had in your life. That's what we're known for. They're absolutely delicious.
Oh, I am so down. I actually we put some shrimp on the Barbie. You see how we're talking? Because now we're getting some good weather up here. We put some on over Memorial Day, and it was absolutely fantastic. But you know which may have you beat. And I'm not saying the shrimp there aren't the best in the world, but I've been to Singapore, and honestly,
Ooh.
that was ooh. I want to go back to Singapore. But if I'm ever in Georgia, I'm coming over, Tammy. So get ready for that one. Did you have a look at Kava at all today? You did mention that. Was there anything on the charts you want to discuss, or maybe we can go over?
I just see that it's getting extended from this current swing. So what I do is I look at the current high to the current low, which of course we made a higher high today. And we're at that first target at 89.51. The second one is 93.66. And then what I did is I just looked at previous swings in the market and projected them from the more recent low, which was today,
Right.
to say if we get through these green target extensions, these are other places that the market may stop.
All right. We like.
So
Yeah, I was just gonna say
yeah,
I
I
like.
mean,
I was just gonna
I'm
say.
not on. Like I said, I'm not familiar with it myself, but
Okay.
it's definitely worth taking a look at. And I have to apologize. So my kids are at home for summer break,
Already?
and my daughter opened the office door, and the dog came and jumped in my lap while we're on TV.
What dog do you have? I mean, your dog is welcome on the show. I mean, we're very
Oh well,
Pro
very
dog.
very pet friendly.
there you go.
I have a little
There he
cockapoo.
is.
Oh, is that a cockapoo?
He is a Cavachon, which is a King Charles mixed
Oh
with a
my
Bichon breed.
gosh. That looks a lot like my dog. Yeah, welcome to the show. That's awesome. On that note, did you see CHWY today? That stock absolutely insane. Come over to my screen, CHWY, CHWY there, the online pet store, absolutely ripping today. Like again, good earnings. Yeah, up just 26%. You know, not too bad. They institute a buyback program. CHWY absolutely ripping. You ever use this product?
I have used CHWY before. I used CHWY when I first got Kingsley, and we ordered a bunch of products through them. So I'm a big fan. They have great customer service. I haven't used them in a while, but I've had good, you know. And look, they don't have much of an uphill battle left.
Nope.
They've gone through a lot of price resistance here. So the next area that we're looking at to we've got around 20, what is that, 22, 23, and then maybe 26. So it's looking great. I think looking on a pullback, that could be a nice place to enter because you've got all the moving averages on the side of the bulls now. And what I mean by that is that pink dotted line is the 200 moving day average.
Right.
The green line is the 50 moving day average. And these are both simple. That blue is the 5, the red is the 13, and those are exponential moving averages. And when the price action is above all of those moving averages and the blue is on top of the red, I say that is a royal trade setup. When it has a pullback, that is the kind of stuff that I'm interested in and I like to see because those are the higher probability trades. And that's what I do. That's the Fibonacci principles is I give you defined risk and the higher probability trades.
Hey, I mean, we're all down for higher probability trades. That is for sure. And you know what? The probability is 100% that when I come see you, we're having some of that shrimp and grits. That is for sure.
Amen to that. I'm taking you to the beach too. And I
Yeah,
had my goggles
surfing,
on just
everything.
before the show because I actually had a day off. And so if you can see, I don't know if you can see my goggle marks still around my eyes from chasing my kids through the pool. So
Not at all. Not at all. You got a nice little tan there. That's really nice. Okay, we talked about HIMS. Did you want to go over
Yeah.
something? That was a trade idea that potentially you want to talk about. And then we're running out of time, but let's
Okay.
go over HIMS and we'll discuss what you're looking at right there. It's Trader
Okay, this is
Tammy.
my stepfather's idea, and my stepfather, he's about 82 years old and retired, and he is watching the markets all day, every day. And Hims has got a lot of great products coming out. They're basically Hims and Hers. You can Google and see what they're all about, but it's all about making Hims and Hers lives the best they can be and hormones the best they can be. And that's all I'm going to say about that for right now. Now, I would tell you, you need to wait for a pullback to enter the trade.
Right.
But if you see this on a pullback or you notice it before I do, and I can always set up a pullback for you. But you're above the 200, above the 50, the 5 is above the 13. And we're not quite too extended yet.
Right.
My husband Bruce got in around $18.50, I think. But we're looking for this to go a lot higher. I think this is going to be a really great stock to be involved in because they also are coming out with their own version of the whole, I don't know if I can use brand names or not, but
You can use
you
it.
know the shot that everybody's taking that
Yep.
they're losing weight with.
That's right. Yeah, we
They're
can
coming
talk
out
about
with their
that.
own
The GLP-1 drugs. Yeah, this is something that gets traded on the show a lot. So that's why I'm glad that you brought it up because it is a mover. Day traders really like it. Up 3% today. Hims and Hers. I agree. Above 50, above the 200, looking to break out. And the one thing that our traders like, 15% short float. So that could get the stock going back up to the upside. All right, it's at Trader Tammy 1. It is your Fibonacci princess. Anything you want to tell everybody that's watching about what you do, where they can find you before we wrap up?
Absolutely. I'm the Fibonacci princess. Right now, I'm at Elliott Wave Trader. I have the Fibonacci markets and stocks room. I work with the Fibonacci Queen. Some of you are familiar with her from Jim Cramer. And you can find me on Twitter at Trader Tammy 1.
Great. Tammy, thank you so much for joining again. And I'm glad that I was able to be here with you today. It's Tammy.
Me
Thank you so
too.
much. And get those shrimp ready to go. We'll get that barbecue going. Thank you so much,
Sounds
Trader
great.
Tammy.
Thank you,
See
Sean.
ya, it's Trader Talk.
Have a great summer.
You too.
You too.
Wait a minute. Am I not seeing her anymore this summer?
Wait, what?
Well, hey, we're going to have a great summer no matter what, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, summer is a state of mind.
Oh, yeah, it's a season too. But
That's that as
yeah,
well.
yeah, yeah. I mean, we could be in the summer mode all day, every day.
Right? That's what
I feel that. I really like that. You know what's not having a good summer so far?
CRM.
Mark Benioff and CRM.
Yeah.
He's the CEO. But
Yeah, that got Mark
Yeah.
Benny down. That
it
stock
got
to the
marked down.
downside.
Yeah, this is like at TJX right now. We're at a little discount shop right here as we go to the downside. CRM, nice downside move again, still going. Look, if we want to talk about it and not even look at anything other than, the market itself right here and what CRM looks like themselves, I mean, this is the 200 period on a weekly chart. I wanted to bring that up because we're in it right now. There isn't too many stocks, like if you're going to call up Apple or anything like that, like these are levels, 153. You want to check out other stocks that you might be buying. I'm not trying to equate Microsoft or any of these things to CRM, but this is just how far down we've come on that stock. We've seen stocks like PanW get hit down to the 50 period, nowhere near the 200 period. I don't think Salesforce, I mean, it's a big hit. A stock like a J&J, obviously well below it. There's only a few monster names. And again, I just think in the AI wave right now, this could be bought up at some point. This is a monster move down 17%. It's given back everything. It's pretty much been up all year. I mean, from the bottom down there, 127. I mean, that's from 22. If you go back to this year, that's at October low of $200. And we talked about this with Mike yesterday. There's not too many stocks that are anywhere near, first of all, on the year, which this is right now all the way back, given everything back on the whole year. Possible buy opportunity. We talked about that also with another name, Uber. But again, look, 200 period, nowhere near. So CRM probably getting a little bit washed to the downside right now. That's for sure. And then another name that, again, we'll talk to Aunt Kathy about this as well tomorrow, but this name continues, man, on the 1 minute chart. Adara, this just looks nasty. There it is, UiPath down to $13. And again, looking at the daily chart, I mean, 13. Wait a minute.
That's concerning. That's an upsetting chart.
That is, yeah.
Ugh.
This is Adara. This is 1065 right here.
Ooh.
We are getting close to potentially. You know what? We had that move in Kava here today, but this little bottom right there. I mean, $13, $12. We could be into something here on UiPath. So I think this is a stock for tomorrow right there. All right, you know what? Forget about the stick. We had a couple good trades on there, including this Tesla trade, AMD trades to go. A lot of things happening, but we got to say what's up to the people that are still here.
We do, of course.
So shout out to Roll Call. I want to give a big thank you to, of course, Adara for staying late with us here. And thanks for getting those earnings. I mean, fast and furious. Good times there. Thank you to Adara. All right, who's here right now? Look, obviously we have Ponzi Fonzie. I mean, we have over 2,000 traders with us right now as traders stay late. Thank you to the Fibonacci Princess as well. Hey, there she is. What's up to Tammy Marshall? She's in here right there. Shout out to Tammy. Thank you so much for coming through. All right, let's do this right now. We do have a little bit of a slow internet, so hopefully this will come back in here as this goes. So what's up to NYSE is here. DJ Marshall, Bears vs. Bulls, Full Profit, Monty G. Thank you so much for staying late again here. There's Dan McIsaac. Jared Tweedy is here. You want to get shouted out. Put some of these. Oh, there he is. Okay. Here's all the. Hi. What's up, Piper? Piper's still here. That's good. What's up, Piper? What's up, Marie L, Monty G, Benjamin, Gworev. What's up, Gworev? Dave Clark is here as well. Mike Breeze. I'm excited to see Ponzi Fonzie still in the chat. JC, Pro Day Trader, Derek Thompson, Sean Moore, JC is here, and is Anthony, Mike Breeze, DJ Marshall, Marty. Hey, look, we caught up. Oh, great show today. Thank you, Dewey, and everybody else. What's up, Hugh? Hope you're doing well as well. What's on the docket tonight, you may ask?
I may.
So, I have procured.
Procured? Oh, I like it.
60 pucks for my daughter because she sits in the back and fires pucks. She tries to do 1,000 a week, and the thing is, she does them in tranches of 30.
I like that. Tranches, she's already getting in that trading mentality. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't use those terminologies.
Think
but
you will. Okay.
Yeah. So a bucket is 30. She only has one bucket right now. So the problem is she fires the 30 off. Then me and my wife, we got to go get the pucks, collect them. Takes a little bit of time, but it's okay. And by the way, you wouldn't like when this happens. It is basically 30 minutes of nonstop Taylor Swift songs.
I knew it was going there.
Yeah, you knew it was going there. But now we've got 60. So now she can go 90 shots. So I'm getting
And even more Taylor Swift.
And even more Taylor Swift. I never thought about that. And then, so we're going to go get that. And then, I don't know if you've ever heard of profiling, but you can get profiling on the bottom of your blade. So depending on how you skate, certain parts of the blade may be longer or shorter than other parts. So me being insane about my daughter, we're going to go get her skates profiled.
That's awesome. That's really cool, though, that she likes it. And that's awesome that you and your wife and Taylor Swift are supporting her in this journey. Yeah, that's really cool.
And you got a sore shoulder. We didn't have batting practice or anything yesterday, but all right, thank you to everybody for joining. It's been a blast of a show. It's 4:35. Thank you to everybody. We did the roll call. Thank you so much to Trader Tammy. Thank you to Ramin for staying late as well. And thank you, Adara, for everything that you've done for this after show as well. Look, Traders Stay Late, we got 2 of them. Plus, we got Ramin, who's a trader.
You trade.
Every time I say, oh, I want to buy Ulta Beauty, she's like, oh, I just spend money at Ulta Beauty. I like going to buy Starbucks. Oh, I like Starbucks. Tomorrow I'm going to get Ramin whatever she wants at Starbucks and yourself.
Oh.
As well.
Okay. Thank
Nobody
you.
else. Don't tell Neil or Fabian or Sharif or anybody. Yeah, definitely not Brendan. Fabian potentially. All right.
He's on that thin ice.
We're on that. Yeah, Fabian's on very thin ice. He's Adara, maybe potentially you're the only one that's now getting okay. Bringing up my bald spots, Ramin?
What is happening?
Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao.